generate a tsunami. That's the phase we're in right now. Of note, no warnings have been issued for the tsunami as of now. As of now, we only have watches and potential alerts up for Russia and Japan. And so we're in that phase where we need to prepare to take action. If we see something happen where it's upgraded to
say something
warning, we need to move Melka. We need to move up to a higher story away from sea level. So we're still in that watch phase right now. An advisory is when
a multitude of people were tagging me. Many people are concerned. The world is at a standstill currently. They're saying an 8.3 magnitude earthquake reported off the east coast of Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia. So many people are concerned, worried. Many people have reached out to me. We're all at a standstill. We don't know what's going to happen right now.
Russia, magnitude 8.0. Again, that's equivalent to 33 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. This is just an energy equivalent. Again, this is the tectonic plate movement. And the evaluation, as of late, or the latest evaluation, is based on all available data. A tsunami has been generated by this earthquake, have been generated by this earthquake that could be destructive on coastal areas, even far from the epicenter. That's why you're seeing these over in Guam. That's why you're seeing the tsunami watches over near Hawaii. So if from all available data, if tsunami waves were to impact Hawaii, the estimated earliest arrival is going to be 7:17 p.m. Again, that's 7:17 p.m. if we do see any impacts. Let's refresh to see what the Tsunami Warning Center has as of late. If we've got an updated, no, we're still on advisory or watch number 1. We haven't received an updated bulletin from the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, we're right here with you as we continue to get information. Again, a tsunami advisory, that's that upgraded past the watch phase, has been issued for portions of the Aleutian Islands. They're much closer than we are, so they could be seeing some waves moving in. And again, watch, it goes watch, advisory, warning. Warning being the worst. Advisory of widespread inundation is not expected. And if we're seeing only advisories issued closer to the earthquake, we may not even see a warning or an advisory here in Hawaii. Again, we're still seeing new information coming in.
Yes, but people have talked about Hawaii.
That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing those advisories. Again, let's take a look again at where that earthquake happened. Magnitude 8.0, 33 billion pounds of TNT equivalent. Again, this happened right after 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Let's actually take a look at some of the... I want to show you where we're seeing the watches and the warnings. All right, so we're building these graphics again as we're going forward, so I'm just giving you... We're getting the closest look at our graphics. There may be something that we have to change as we're going forward because, again, this is happening alongside. All of this information is coming in to us just as it's getting to you. Here's the tsunami watch areas. Again, this includes the entire island chain. That's Kaua'i, Oahu, Molokai, Maui, and Hawaii Island. If you see that this is upgraded to a advisory or a warning, again, you're going to hear from us first, but right now it seems like the earthquake was relatively deep. We're only seeing advisories closer to the earthquake, so we're still feeling out to see if this is going to be upgraded. It was a very deep earthquake, so it may not have been able to generate enough energy and movement to push a widespread wave that could move all the way to Hawaii. Again, we're under the watch right now. Again, that is not a warning. That is not a advisory. We're under a tsunami watch. The entire island chain, coastal areas, know your zone. If you know you're in a tsunami zone, again, now is the time to take action.
Take action.
Just be prepared. Stay tuned to local media. A great app to have right now is the First Alert Weather app. You'll get those alerts sent directly to your phone. Still getting more information in. And let's see. Again, I'm checking our Slack channels to see if anybody from Hawaii News Now has updated me. All right, let's see. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Again, this is interactive. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. All right.
So they're saying, yeah, massive 8.0, though I see some other places saying 8.3, but 8.0 magnitude earthquake has struck Russia. Watching for tsunami warning in Guam and Hawaii possible. Okay. A lot of people are talking about this. This is the epicenter. Okay.
Right now we don't have a height estimation
No
for
height estimation,
the earthquake
yeah, okay.
or the tsunami. The only thing we know right now is that there may have been a tsunami generated by this earthquake. We don't know how far it's going to go. We don't know if it's going to reach Hawaii. We're in that preparation phase where the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is still evaluating all the data, looking at the satellite, looking at the shake data. Okay, we got new information. All right, here we go. I'm going to read this off. You can also take a look at this for yourself at tsunami.gov. Japan issued at 2:17 p.m. 1 minute ago, 1 to 3 meters. That's a tsunami potentially for Japan, 1 to 3 meters. Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meter. Hawaii, potentially it says 1 to 3 meters. So let's zoom in. I want to show that Hawaii is 1 to 3 meters. It was just issued. I'm going to get to the bulletin here, but I want to read off these numbers.
3 to 10 feet.
For Russia, greater than 3 meters. Of course, they're closest to the earthquake. 3 meters is just over 3 feet. That's nearly a 10-foot wave. And 1 to 3 meters for Midway Island. These are all coming from tsunami.gov. We just got more information. I just got a update from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center sent directly to us. So let's actually take a look at, let's read off this information so you can see what exactly we have coming in from them. So this is, I'm going to read this. We're going to read this together. This just came in. Again, they've upgraded it to an 8.7 magnitude. Or this is
really?
This is just came from us. At 1:25 p.m., they've upgraded this to an 8.7 magnitude. That's much stronger than originally intended, or originally
8.7.
All right, and they have continued the Tsunami Watch. We're still under a watch here in Hawaii. 8.7 magnitude.
Wow.
Evaluation. Based on all available data, a tsunami may have been generated by this earthquake that could have been destructive on coastal areas even far from the epicenter. An investigation is underway to determine if there is a tsunami threat to Hawaii. If tsunami waves impact Hawaii, the estimated earliest arrival time is 7:17 p.m. this evening. The time right now is 2:20 p.m. So you still have time to prepare if we do see a tsunami. Again, this has been upgraded to an 8.7 magnitude earthquake, and we were just reading off the bulletins. You could see the information on tsunami.gov. Japan, 1 to 3 meters possible. Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meters. Again, that's 3 feet, 1 to 3 feet right there, essentially. Russia is greater than 3 meters. That's nearly 10 feet of a wall of water moving in. So that kind of puts it into perspective how intense of a situation this is, especially for the areas just close to the earthquake. This is just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. Close to the Aleutian Islands, close to Japan, and again, we could potentially see some impacts here. So let's actually take a look at what we just read was the most recent bulletin. 8.7 magnitude. That's incredibly strong. We're still under a tsunami watch.
It was worse than I thought.
And no tsunami warnings have been issued. It is still an advisory, and we're looking at the information. I'm going to zoom in on tsunami.gov so I can see a little bit more clearly for Hawaii. Again, the watch is for all of us. Is the entire state. Now is the time to be prepared. People are saying 3 meters isn't even bad. Again, 3 meters, a meter is about 3 feet. It's just over 3 feet. So that's half of a normal person. If we're getting closer to, give me 1 second. We're getting information from our producer.
HON is reporting that it just got updated to a threat.
8.7.
A threat.
We're still under a watch.
When it's reporting that it's a threat.
Yes, we potentially have it says on tsunami.gov, warning just got upgraded to Alaska. Tsunami.gov is potentially 1 to 3 meters for Hawaii. So that is a threat. Yeah, we can do. Should we go on air?
Is that upgraded like worse?
Yes, we're still under a watch here.
Yes, it says 8.7 on tsunami.gov. Magnitude 8.7.
Upgraded the state, but there are predictions of 1 to 3 meters potentially here in Hawaii. So it is something to be concerned about.
All right, let's go.
All right, we're going on air. All right, so again, I'm just communicating with our producers so we can get you guys the information. We are going to move on air just so we can get this information out. I will be right back. I want to make sure that we answer the questions for you guys. We are going to all right, seems like we're having some audio issues. I did turn the mic off for a second just so I could talk to the producer. We are, again, getting new information. I think we're about to move on air to just get this out on TV. Again, what I just reported to you, we have now a warning issued for portions of Alaska, all the farthest most west parts of the Aleutian Islands, other parts of the advisory, and then we're under a watch for the entirety of the west coast is under a watch alongside us and Guam. Give me 1 second. I'm going to step away and I'm going to get to our news director so we can see what kind of plan we have. I will be right back.
So yeah, I'm hearing warnings like for Alaska, Hawaii. They said 8.0 at first, and now it's upgraded to 8.7. I was getting a lot of like notifications and people kind of telling me, "Oh, there's an earthquake." And I was sitting on it for a little bit, and then something told me, because I kept seeing this thing progress a bit, like, "Oh shit, maybe we need to get on," because this Tsunami Watch, which is, I guess, different from a warning, is what they're saying. And some people were kind of trying to be like, "Oh, 3 meters is nothing, 3 meters is nothing," but 3 meters is almost 10 feet. 10 feet in the air, so definitely for the people in those areas or any of those coastlines, I got to be careful, be aware.
In here at, what is this number? I got you. Okay, thanks.
8.7 upgraded to magnitude to 8.7.
Okay.
Tsunamis, waves exceeding 3 meters above normal tide levels are possible. So we'll see. It's
all right,
definitely
again,
something.
we're back. We're about to take this on air just so we can get the information out to more people. We're live here on Facebook Live and also on YouTube. Again, right now I have the YouTube live chat pulled up. We have a lot of people talking. We are, again, recording and getting more information from tsunami.gov. This is the Tsunami Warning Center. The latest information, we have a warning up for the furthest westmost parts of Alaska. We have an advisory for the centralmost Aleutian Islands and the Alaskan Peninsula. We have a watch up for the California-Mexico border and the border of Canada all the way up to Alaska. So essentially almost the entirety of the west coast of the U.S., and then there are reports from the Tsunami Warning Center that we have 1 to 3 meters potentially impacting Japan. That was issued at 2:17 p.m. The Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meters. Again, a meter is about just over 3 feet tall. So imagine half of your height, half of the average height of water. That's easily able to sweep you away. Again, this has been upgraded to a magnitude 8.7. Russia seeing more than 3 meters. I believe we just got the go-ahead that we're on air on Hawaii News now. Again, this is breaking news. We're getting all of this information just as you guys are. Again, if you have the First Alert weather app handy, We also just had the Emergency Operations Center was activated for the state of Hawaii. Again, this is for the entirety of the state. We're still under a watch here in Hawaii, so we're still monitoring to see if this tsunami is going to potentially move across the Pacific close to us. We're under a watch. And portions of Alaska are under a warning, and potentially Russia could be seeing up to 10 feet of water of inundation. So we're getting all of this information coming in. We're still on the second advisory, the second bulletin from the Tsunami Watch. If you're just joining us, we originally had an earthquake at a magnitude of 8.0. That's about 33 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. Of course, that's just an equivalent of energy. This is the tectonic plates moving. So we are seeing this has been upgraded to an 8.7. After they reevaluated, it was an 8.7 magnitude. It occurred just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. So that's where we're seeing the largest waves, potentially right up to Russia, nearly 10 feet of waves potentially for Russia. Right now, the latest information for Hawaii is 1 to 3 meters. We're still under a watch. We haven't been upgraded to an advisory. Let's take a look at the differences between a watch and a warning. We just want to get that information. We actually, right now, we have our news director and several of our producers standing outside.
So Drew, in about a minute and a half, we're going to have you on air as well.
Okay.
As well as in here, so you just keep going.
Sounds good. Thanks. So we're not on air yet here at Hawaii News Now. Again, I am monitoring the chat, so if anybody has any questions. All right. There's a lot of people. I'm trying to make sure that we can stop to actually take a look at this. So let's look again. I'm going to make a graphic as we're going. We're getting all of this information just alongside you guys. Let's take a look. Again, we have a watch up for the entirety of the state. A watch is the lowest level. We're in the preparation phase here in Hawaii. If we did see a wave, potentially that would happen at 7:17 p.m. this evening. That's when it would first arrive. Let's zoom out a little bit. We've got the watch for Hawaii. We also have a watch up. You can see this pink area right here. This is up for the entirety of the west coast of the United States. Also continues all the way up, including the Alaskan Canadian coast up here. This orange area is where we have a tsunami advisory. That's where we're starting to see concerns. Potentially the watch area still in the preparation phase. A tsunami advisory, potentially big waves, strong currents, but not that widespread inundation that you would see in these red areas.
Be on air in 10 seconds.
All right, sounds good. We're about to be on air in 10 seconds, so I'm going to reintroduce what we're taking a look at.
Polymarket just posted massive asteroid on potential impact path with the moon could trigger destructive meteor shower on Earth. Amazing. Let's see. Wow. Major news from an 8.0 to 8.7 upgraded on the peninsula of Kamchatka, Russia. Very serious.
So we're still not seeing. Excuse me, Terry. What was that? We're not seeing any wave height predictions at this time. Again, Tsunami Watch for the U.S. and Canadian West Coast, Hawaii, and Guam. Alaska has a Tsunami Watch issued for the Eastern Aleutians and a Tsunami Warning issued for Western Aleutian Islands. Again, you can check all of this information on tsunami.gov to see what the same information that we're seeing. Again, Ben Gutierrez, one of the meteorologists and reporters here, just got off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. That's where we're getting this information. Again, Tsunami Watch includes Hawaii, includes the entirety of the West Coast. That's that pink color that you can see right up here. And then when we start going up towards Alaska, that's where we have another watch. That's the pink area. Orange, that indicates a tsunami advisory where you're seeing strong currents, potentially large waves, not widespread inundation. Red is the tsunami warning. That's where we're potentially seeing large wave heights. Again, this earthquake happened just off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. If you joined us around 2:15 p.m. when we were on air for the first time, as it was just breaking, it was a magnitude of 8.0. That's about equivalent of 33 billion pounds of TNT. It has been upgraded to an 8.7 at a depth of 19.3 kilometers. All right, let's take a look. Any questions in the chat?
Okay, all right. So we're waiting to see. It could happen. Tsunami wave hits Guam, Rota, Tanan, Saipan. 4 hours. What? I thought 4 hours? Is that when the tsunami could come? What the?
We have a warning up for portions of the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. The central portions of the Aleutian Islands and the Alaskan Peninsula are under an advisory. And then we have a watch issued for Hawaii, Guam, and also the California-Mexico border of the west coast of the U.S.
It's in the West Coast under Tsunami Watch. Some people I've had many people tagging me on Twitter. People are concerned. Let me put the video on a smaller screen. Hold on a second. People are concerned. The world is at a standstill right now. People are frozen, concerned, worried. Russia. Trump said it was a hoax. People are concerned about this, potential tsunami.
This is the information that I want everybody to know. A watch is something that it's more of a preparation phase. I want you to be prepared. I want you to know when to take action, when to head Malcolm. Make sure you have a plan of action. Again, if we do see a wave, it would be at 7:17 p.m. this evening. We're still in that watch phase. And other areas like Alaska and the Alaskan Peninsula have been upgraded to a tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch. It was originally a watch up for them. Widespread inundation is not expected for those areas. However, strong currents and dangerous waves are possible. And a tsunami warning, like we're seeing up on the furthest west parts of the Aleutian Islands, that's where we're seeing significant widespread inundation. It's imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents. And of course, on the tsunami.gov
the end
website.
Of times.
I'm going to refresh this so we get the latest information.
Earthquakes, tsunamis, revelation.
It says Russia could see up to 3 above 3 meters.
Russia could see above 3 meters. That's 10 feet. Also, Tsunami Watch issued for the U.S. West Coast. Oh, no. California. Oh. California. Oh, no.
Away from the actual earthquake compared to Russia, where they're seeing these large waves. And let's check in. I'm going to check in with our Slack channels to see what exactly our team has been saying. We're still under the Tsunami Watch. Make sure to stay with us as we get more information. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been activated for the state of Hawaii. Again, if you're just joining us, Ben Gutierrez, one of our reporters and a member of the First Alert Weather Team, has just gotten off the phone with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. The watch is continuing for Hawaii. No potential wave height predictions at this time. Again, more information to come, especially as we get more information from Ben. I'm going to send Ben a message to update us.
Yeah, that's a big deal. There's more than I thought it was.
If we get information from the PTWC. All right. Again, taking a look at the USGS website, I do want to show that we're at 18.2 kilometers depth. So originally this was analyzed at a 19.3. That is 11.3 miles below the surface. Relatively deep, but of course strong enough to where we could see a widespread Pacific tsunami. Of course, this is an 8.7 magnitude earthquake. Incredibly strong. Let's take a look at the chat. Right now, again, I'm seeing some people in the seeing people in the chat saying we're getting 10-foot waves here. That's not the case. We are not. We have no information that would say we are going to see 10-foot waves here in Hawaii. We are potentially watching to see if this tsunami could get close to us. We don't really have any wave heights predicted from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. But Russia potentially could be seeing a very large earthquake moving in. This is a magnitude 8.7, very large, very strong. This 33 billion pounds of TNT equivalent energy. That's for the 8.0. This has been upgraded to an 8.7.
Is it Ukraine? Does Ukraine have some type of weapon? HARP, weather control.
If you remember last weekend actually, we actually had another earthquake that happened in this same spot. We had a magnitude 7.5 earthquake happen. This is the old graphic. Ignore the banner there because the Tsunami Watch for us is still in effect. You can see right here, this is from last week. We had a magnitude 7.5 in the same area, the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia. This was last week. It was canceled. We had a Tsunami Watch here for Hawaii, but it was canceled. But this is a much stronger earthquake. This is an 8.7. So we're watching this pretty closely. Let's take a look at the map again. We have a Tsunami Watch for Hawaii. If you're just joining us, a watch means we're in the preparation phase. We are not expecting anything yet, but it is a possibility. Advisory, you're starting to see large waves, strong currents, some impacts, but it's not like a tsunami warning where
Let's see.
To some breaking news now, there is a threat of a tsunami after a magnitude 8.0 earthquake off the southeastern coast of Russia. Currently, there's a tsunami advisory for Alaska and threats for Japan and Russia. There's also a tsunami watch issued for the state of Hawaii and Guam. So far, no word of any damage or injuries from the quake. And of course, we'll continue to follow this story throughout the evening.
Wow, Mother Nature.
for the westernmost portions of the Aleutian Islands, eastern Aleutian Islands.
Well, this is
Alaskan Peninsula tsunami.
This looks
advisory.
a little rough here for this
Tsunami
area.
Watch up for Alaska, part of the Canadian coast, and along the entirety of the western coast of the U.S.
Oh, Lord,
Right.
the West Coast, man.
If you're just joining us, again, we are watching a magnitude 8.7 earthquake that just happened around 1:30 p.m. So just a little over an hour ago. So let's actually I'm going to build a graphic alongside with you guys so we can get this information up on the screen. So here we go. So we're going to get our estimated arrival time, again, is 7:17 p.m. I can. Derek, can you hear me? All right, so I'm in connection. We have
11,
crews
17.
going live across Oahu right now. Everybody is getting ready for the potential of this potentially tsunami. Right now we have a crew going to the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm hearing from our producer where else they're going. Waikiki and Eva Beach. Again, this is a full-scale team effort here at Hawaii News Now. We're in full breaking news mode. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've got a team going to Waikiki, Eva Beach, and also the Emergency Operations Center. So we might be able to get to them coming up here in a little bit. We'll get some hear from the actual emergency officials. So again, we have all Hawaiian Islands under a tsunami watch. If tsunami were to occur, arrival time would be around 7:17 p.m. Tuesday evening. All right. I just wanted to make sure we have that information up on the screen. There's a big difference between a tsunami watch, a warning, and an advisory. Again, another look at the map. We are under a watch. That's the preparation phase. We're also seeing the entirety western coast of the United States under a watch. Alaska and Canada under a watch. The western Aleutian Islands are under a warning. That's when you need to take. That's when you need to start moving as high as possible. But right now, we are just under a watch. What's up, Matt?
You should toss back to Mark.
Okay.
What beach?
Sounds good. We are going to send
Oregon.
this straight over to Mark Carpenter. He is in the studio. He's got more information. Thanks everybody for staying tuned. More information to come. Let's send it over to Mark.
Thank you so much for the 20, Mimi. I'm in Bellingham, Washington, monitoring my earthquake app. There's a huge volcano, Mount Baker, 60 miles in the east of me. They're saying, you guys due to blow up any moment. Just kidding. I don't know. But didn't it say it's like an earthquake or something that's due to blow up at some point one day? Bye, Burger. Yeah, so pretty serious, man. Pretty serious.
All right, I'm back. We're live on air. I'm going to continue staying with you guys here as we get more information. If you're seeing Mark on air on TV right now, he's going to toss back to me. Okay. Again, the Emergency Operations Center has been tsunami warning for the Western Aleutian Islands. We have tsunami advisory for the Alaskan Peninsula and a tsunami watch for Guam, Hawaii, and the western coast. And we have just this breaking news, a tsunami warning. You might have just heard that. So this is the real deal,
Alaska,
everybody.
yeah.
If you're, again, the breakdown here, if you are seeing a tsunami warning, you need to be prepared to head up Mauka. Again, this was an incredibly strong earthquake, magnitude 8.7. Incredibly strong amount of energy moving with these tectonic plates. A warning, that's when you need to be prepared. Significant widespread inundation is expected.
Where's this guy at?
Let's take a look at the information that they just put out in this bulletin. I'm going to read it out. The Tsunami Watch has been canceled. It has been upgraded to a tsunami warning. You need to take this seriously. You need to take urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents are possible, and significant widespread inundation is imminent or possible. Let's read through the bulletin together. Again, we have a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. This is the real deal. It says Tsunami Watch. It has been upgraded to a warning. I repeat, if you're just now joining us, I'm going to toss back to Mark in the studio with more information. I'm still going to be here live on YouTube, so stick with us. Mark, back to you. All right.
So they got tsunami warnings now. So tsunami warning, the difference between tsunami watch and tsunami warning, it's like the watch is it hasn't really been confirmed yet and they're analyzing data. Stay tuned.
About 20 minutes after that, it was boosted to an 8.
Tsunami warning is it's been confirmed and dangerous waves are expected.
Wave right now. A warning is also in effect for the Western Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska.
What happened to the other guy? Did he leave? He ran up. He ran up, probably, maybe.
State of Hawaii right now following that powerful and
had to
deep
evacuate.
8.7 quake off the far eastern coast of Russia, a region known as Kamchatka. This comes about a week or so after another Tsunami Watch was in effect after another quake in the region. Drew Davis has returned to the weather center right now as we all are keeping a close watch on this. Information is pouring into our newsroom. We're staying up to date with any sort of details, any sort of information. The city's emergency operations center is activated right now at the moment.
So it says most serious areas, most serious evacuate if told, is the Aleutian Islands from Samalaga Pass Atu, including Pribilof Islands. Tsunami advisory, that means waves and strong currents possible. Stay out of the water. South Alaska and the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands. That's some of the latest updates from the website. And then Tsunami Watch, I don't want people freaking out. They don't need to freak out. Tsunami Watch, stay alert. Tsunami possible, not confirmed. California, Mexico border to Oregon, including San Francisco, Oregon, Washington, the entire coast, Columbia River, the Strait of Juan de Fuca, British Columbia, Southeast Alaska, South Alaska. Those are tsunami watches, okay? That means it's possible, it's not confirmed. The biggest warning right now is for the area of the Aleutian Islands.
Watch this. Again, we were under a watch just a little while ago. That was canceled. That's issued when the earthquake first happens. We're now been upgraded to a warning. Let's take a look at where those warnings are. It's not just us. We have a warning up for the Aleutian Islands, the westernmost Aleutian Islands, the entirety of the state of Hawaii, a tsunami advisory also up for the central portions of the Aleutian Islands and portions of the Alaskan Peninsula, a tsunami watch up for the entirety of the western coast of the United States, and alongside portions of Alaska and Canada. Let's also check in with Guam. I want to make sure to see their.
Yeah, so the latest update is warning issued for Hawaii. Okay.
Let's take a look. I'm going to log into tsunami.gov and we're going to read the bulletin together from what their most recent update. A tsunami warning, magnitude 8.7. Let's take a look at how strong that is in equivalent energy to pounds of TNT. That is 37, or let's see.
Stand out here through this right now and seeing how the updates have come in. So the initial watch alert popped up at about 1:30 our time. It's about an hour and 50 minutes after that. What does that tell us about, does it provide any sort of indication about the situation we could be seeing here with the warning, just given how quickly these alerts have been coming up and how much, the alerts have been raised from watch to warning status?
Yeah, so Mark, like we were saying earlier when we cut in around, this was just a couple weekends ago, we had that tsunami watch up for Hawaii. We're now up to a warning. A watch, again, is that preliminary level where we're just seeing, that's the preparation phase. The fact that the Tsunami Warning Center has upgraded this to a warning so quickly means that this is something that we really need to take serious. Even if we don't see as much of inundation as areas close.
The lowest category, right, that can be in terms of warnings or watches or advisories and so on, similar to weather. But by the time that wave, if it gets here, and there is a tsunami produced, that will be long gone inland, back at home, 2 hours from here and ways away from the coast. I'm not going to stick around here till 11:50 at night. Plus, that's dangerous coming out here at nighttime in the dark, trying to observe and document a tsunami.
This guy Hawaii. Let me show you what I'm looking at.
Yeah, there's I wish I could check it here. It's National Buoy or
Oh. Did he get booted? Oh, no.
Huge tsunami wave that's gathering water, pulling it away from the coast, getting ready to move in, causing the damage, the inundation that we're expecting. Again, let's read. I do want to read together what the bulletin was saying. So, again, this was upgraded from an 8.0 to an 8.7. That is incredibly strong. We were seeing initial estimates of 33 billion pounds of TNT. That's about the equivalent energy. Evaluation, just reading it off word for word, this is from the warning bulletin. A tsunami has been generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all islands in the state of Hawaii. Urgent action should be taken to protect lives and property. A tsunami is a series of long ocean waves. Each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more and extensively flood coastal areas. The danger can continue for many hours after the initial wave as subsequent waves arrive. Tsunami wave heights cannot be predicted, and the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami waves efficiently wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk. That's why we're seeing the entire state under a warning right now. Just continuing the bulletin. They can wrap around the islands. All shores are at risk, no matter which direction they face. The trough of a tsunami may temporarily expose the seafloor, but the area will quickly flood again. Extremely strong and unusual nearshore currents can accompany a tsunami. Debris picked up and carried by a tsunami amplifies its destructive power. Simultaneous high tides or high surf can significantly increase the tsunami hazard. That's actually a great point from the bulletin. Let's take a look at when high tides are here in Hawaii today. We're going to go off of Honolulu for today. High tide is at 7:48 a.m. We're actually going to be having low tide around 12:57 p.m. Tonight, high tide is around 7 p.m. 17 minutes later, the initial responses, the initial alerts, that's when we could potentially be seeing that first wave arriving. So it's going to coincide with high tide, at least in Honolulu.
Okay. See what
administration takes on and does for us, that DART buoy network will detect the energy of those tsunamis. And that's one of the ways that we are able to warn for tsunamis before they reach the coast. So again, it's a really critical program and infrastructure out there over the open ocean that is maintained by NOAA, Christine.
And I know you had mentioned that if
Los Angeles Alert says that the LA County coastline is included in the Tsunami Watch. Let me check the website again, tsunami.gov. Let me check out for some updates here. Let's see if they've put something else out here. Okay.
said that those waves, if they were going to hit Hawaii, Honolulu, they would come first, and then we would then be a little bit later on.
Yeah, so that might be a bit of a warning for us. Also, the times that I mentioned, those may be updated as we get better forecasting coming in, more information coming in about the magnitude of the earthquake, which you already know, but about how that energy field is expanding and radiating outward from where the earthquake originated off the Kamchatka Peninsula on the east coast of Russia. So those times may be updated. You mentioned 7:40 Hawaii time. Well, they're 3 hours ahead of us now? So that's like 10 o'clock, 10:30 our time when we would be seeing or hearing about the arrival of any tsunami waves in Hawaii. So something else to keep in mind in terms of the timing. And again, I'm sure that timing will be updated and, honed in on more as we get more information coming in.
And I know, Matt, you rely on, NOAA, National Weather Service, all these components working together to make sure people get the information they need to stay safe and be aware of what's going on. What are you going to be looking at throughout this evening, trying to track this potential tsunami?
I'm going to be looking at what the Tsunami Warning Center puts out, frankly. I mean, as a forecaster of weather, forecasting tsunami waves is a completely different science. So I have enough background knowledge to speak to it and talk about it, but really, I'm not going to be
I have the utmost respect for it.
Brown Sugar, thank you so much. I'm afraid of the ocean. It is beautiful, but I ain't messing around with that.
As we should, because it is a very complex science. It's not easy to do, and they do a tremendous job with it just to even get these watches and warnings out hours ahead of time like this. So we'll be paying close attention to that. The other thing we'll be paying close attention to is whether or not we get any big aftershocks. And by aftershocks, we could get aftershock earthquakes that are 6.0 magnitude, even 7.0 magnitude. And if that happens, that could generate...
Ding. Ding, ding, ding says that there was an afterquake. So I'm going to check and look to confirm that. Wow.
Magnitude already, but I'll be watching that to see if we get more earthquake activity, and then whether or not we start seeing reports of tsunami waves on the coast of Alaska, up in the Aleutians, eventually in Hawaii, and anywhere else where these waves make landfall. And, you know, these could travel clear down to South America. That's how much energy these waves have. So, again, it's a very complex science, and it's a great job that NOAA does in forecasting these for us here on the West Coast.
Yeah, and I know people streaming us right now, just hopping on. So I want to recap a little bit of what we've been talking about. We've had some breaking news of a strong earthquake that sparked a tsunami watch for the entire West Coast. That quake, an 8.7, hit off the coast of Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Matt's been monitoring it. A tsunami watch in place now from Alaska all the way down to the Mexico border. And a watch means a distant earthquake has struck. A tsunami is possible. So those on the coast should be prepared, keeping an eye out for this information. Matt, can you run us through a little bit more of, where this is kind of hitting, where the watches are?
So the earthquake is here where this yellow dot is, happened at 4:24 p.m. our time. It's an 8.0 magnitude, which is an incredibly strong earthquake. That is a big boy earthquake for sure. This is part of the coast of Russia here. This is, again, the Kamchatka Peninsula, and these are the Aleutian Islands that extend up to Alaska. It was just offshore, and that means that the water was displaced by the movement of the earth with that earthquake. That's why we end up with tsunamis. Remember, a tsunami is a wave of water out over the ocean, open ocean. It's barely detectable, but when that wave of energy reaches shore, then it amplifies, so you can get very large waves. So we've got the Tsunami Watch up for the entire coast of Oregon and Washington, much of Alaska, and down into, as you said, to Mexico. If we get a tsunami wave, and it's not certain that we do, we could get through this with nothing, then it's most likely going to be arriving here on the West Coast, Christine, sometime around 11 p.m., give or take, and we'll be able to nail that timing down better as we move forward in time. This is a live shot from our affiliate KHNL in Honolulu, and you can see, I'm sure the folks in Hawaii are watching very carefully. Christine?
We begin tonight our 6 p.m. newscast with breaking news of a strong earthquake that has now sparked a tsunami watch for the entire West Coast. The quake hit off the coast of Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. A tsunami watch is in place from Alaska down to the Mexico border. So a watch means that a distant earthquake has struck and a tsunami is possible. So those on the coast should be prepared to keep an eye out for all and any more information. This is a live look from a sky cam in Honolulu. Hawaii is now under a tsunami warning as well, which means take action. A tsunami could cause widespread flooding there. Our chief meteorologist, Matt Zaffino, tracking what's going on. Matt, with these watches and warnings, can you give us a bit of a deeper explanation as to what you're watching?
So what we'll be watching is how the timing evolves for any potential waves that this earthquake may have developed. So here's where the earthquake was off the coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. This, of course, is Russia. There's Japan down here. This is the coast of Alaska, and then Oregon and Washington over on the far edge of this particular map. That's a very, very strong earthquake, and the fact that it happened just offshore means that when the earth moved with the earthquake, it displaced water. Now, that energy wave will be very, very shallow. You don't see much of a wave over the deep water ocean, but when it reaches shore, that's when it amplifies into a tsunami wave that can cause damage. So we are under a tsunami watch here on the west coast of Oregon and Washington down to California. Same thing in Alaska, but up in Hawaii where you see the orange colors, the western half of the Aleutian Peninsula, that's a tsunami advisory, meaning that they're expecting at least a minimal wave from this earthquake. So they're preparing for tsunami action on the west coast of, or on the western edge of the peninsula of the Aleutian Peninsula. Down in Hawaii, my map indicating that it's still a tsunami advisory, but I've been told that that has been upgraded to tsunami warning for Hawaii, which means that they're preparing for a tsunami wave down there. I don't know how big.
Now let's check with the Alaska News real quick too. I'm kind of curious what they're saying.
Check to see if you are in a tsunami warning zone by going to
Hawaii.
tsunami.gov or searching up Know Your Zone Tsunami Hawaii. You'll be able to
where do you
find
go?
a map.
Hawaii?
Of course, you probably
Can you even
already
go
know that
anywhere? Where do you
information,
go?
but just
Inland?
to be prepared,
I guess
it
just
might be a
inland.
good idea to check. Again, tsunami warning for the entirety of the island chain. Mark, let's take a look.
There's nowhere to go.
I mentioned that these are very rare earthquakes. I'm going to pull up an old graphic that we have that shows kind of the
Provide some context.
Provide some context for how rare these systems are. So again, let's take a look at the information. So again, we are at an 8.7. We are seeing that this is severe damage and loss of life. About one of these happens per year. Again, 8.7, nearly a 9. Again, the areas that are just close to that earthquake, that is nearly a 9. This happens nearly a 1 every 10 years, a magnitude 9 earthquake. We're nearly to that level. This is a very strong
Dusty,
earthquake.
I hope you're safe.
I was saying the energy equivalent. 370 billion pounds of TNT detonating below the surface. That's how strong the system is.
Jesus.
And it's an incomprehensible number. It's just, it's so much energy, so much movement in the underground. That's causing the tsunami threat. And again, we see these about one every year. We see an 8. Just last week, or a few weekends ago, we had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake happen in that same area that was near Kamchatka, Russia. Just near the same area. This was a 7.5, and it's about 18 per year. That has been blown out of the water, a much stronger earthquake. So I just showing you again that this is kind of taking a deeper look at the magnitudes. So just providing a little bit more context, Mark. I hope that can kind of talk about the situation that we're tracking right now.
Oh, of course, absolutely. Thank you for that. And what we've been seeing over the last several weeks. I mean, you just.
Yeah, so the 8.7. Wow. Okay, I guess we have to wait and see what happens. Let me pull up these other guys. I don't know where they went. Oh, they got off. Okay,
Off 99
Hey Mel,
W.
I've
Our
been
Alma
watching
McCarty
these
just
days,
arrived.
just been busy. Thanks for all the coverages and long hours you put in.
Oh, yeah.
Praying everything will
Thanks,
be okay.
Ivan. I'm guessing we're going to be here for a while. I didn't realize this stuff could take a while. We might be waiting
to take action. Information is coming into our newsroom. We also have questions from viewers. Drew, one of our viewers is asking that they're in Waikiki right now. Should they be evacuating right now?
I would say that if you're in Waikiki, that is an area that is definitely susceptible to this. Again, I want to read out what the Tsunami Warning Center sent out. Again, this is the warning bulletin. This is what exactly was sent to me. Let me pull it up so we can make sure the data is coming in correctly. So we are under a tsunami warning, and again, the question is, if we're in Waikiki, should we evacuate? We're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center. We're waiting for the next bulletin, waiting for their next alert. So even if you're in Waikiki, of course, low-lying area, of course, we are seeing that this is near the ocean, of course, is in a tsunami zone. If you're near that area, you need to be thinking about your plan, whether you're in a tall building, head upstairs. If you're not in a tall building and you're in a building that's right at the sea level, you need to be starting to think about heading Malka. Again, this is at 7:17 p.m. Again, the time right now, 3:05, so you still have some time. That's why we're here now. That's why we're here live giving you the latest information. But you need to start thinking about, have your plan, find your family, let them know, make sure everybody that you know is aware of this, because again, this is a strong earthquake. 8.7 nearly happens 1 every 10 years. You need to be starting to think about making your next move.
Yeah, have your plan ready to go. You mentioned, Drew, we're live with the information. We'll be staying with you live as details and the updates come into our newsroom. A very active situation right now with the tsunami warning in effect. The city EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, is activated as city leaders. Safety officials converge on monitoring this and mapping out disaster plans. State workers have been told to go home as parts of the state and residents take action with this. Very powerful. Our first alert weather team is staying on top of this very much so. Our Ben Gutierrez, he tells us it's an important piece of information that should be known, that tsunami waves are different from surf waves. The energy will affect all shores, and it could be worse on shores away from the energy as the tsunami converges from both sides. So this is following an 8.7 quake. The last update we have is that the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight. Drew Davis, you were tracking this. What can you tell us now? There's something new coming.
We just got new information that the warning sirens will go off at 4:10 p.m. So, and just a little over an hour, 5:10 p.m. and 6:10 p.m. Again, we are getting questions about the evacuation process. We're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, warning sirens will go off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. Again, the latest estimate from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS is that we could potentially see the earthquake or the tsunami arrive at 7:17 p.m. So we have several hours. You have time to get ready, but you need to be making your preparations now. Again, here's another look at the magnitudes. An 8.7, nearly one per year when it comes to an 8, one about every 10 years when it comes to a magnitude 10. I believe we have Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins in house with us. Well, she's still getting ready. Let's send it over to Mark.
Give me a second here. We got it, baby.
Thank you very much, Drew. Yes, tsunami warning is in effect right now. This information is coming in. If you are just joining us, we are told that the warning sirens will sound across the state at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. tonight in anticipation of the first wave, which is expected about a quarter after 7 at 7:17. If you are in a low-lying area, a disaster inundation zone, now is the time to have your plan ready. Now is the time to go look for cover right now as we are expecting this. We are keeping a very close eye on this. We are staying with you as we go through this tsunami warning right now. One of the things that we see in these events is that you have several hours of lead time. With a wave coming in at 7:17, there is time now to get ready. Now is that time. So the first initial update of a tsunami watch came in around 1:30 this afternoon. The initial report was that it was an 8.0 quake off the coast of Russia. About 20 minutes later, that was boosted up to an 8.7. Very significant in terms of magnitude, in terms of quake strength, in terms of power and depth. And then the watch officially became a warning about 2:45 Hawaii time. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is in place right now. As I said, our team is keeping tabs on everything that is coming in, all the information, all the updates, everything that you need to know. Jen, what can you tell us? Is there any new info that is coming in?
Especially when your phone is going off and you're hearing those alerts on the TV screen and on your phone. But the good news behind all of this has quite a bit of time to travel. And even at this magnitude in depth, we're not expecting monstrous tsunami waves. We're talking about minimal tsunami waves. But that doesn't mean that you can't be prepared. This is a deeper look at tsunamis. If we could take a closer look at the energy, if we could take this full screen, please, for the producers out there, you could actually see the wave energy that we're going to be tracking. Looks like the closer look at tsunami energy, it is pretty magnificent how far this can travel. So the earth plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake along the fault line. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater, and as the wave spreads into shallow waters, it grows in height. So places of concern for big tsunami waves in this scenario will be places like Japan, even Guam. So it is going to be traveling about 6 hours to get here, and we'll see minimum wave impacts. History has showed that once we've seen these kind of impacts, we have been seeing some disruptive waves patterns that have come through. But when it comes to
What? Huh? Where we at? It's America?
rise there, so that is significant. And other harbors have seen.
What the hell?
And historically, we've seen in 1959 a magnitude of 8 from Russia, a lot like this one, generated at about 0.1 to 0.2 meters. So that was about 4 to 8 inches.
Redfish.
We're expected under about 0.3 meters for most shores. Hilo in the past did see a lot of boat damage with this caliber. And we have been seeing a lot of boat damage, remember, in the Japan earthquake that we saw. That was a big concern in Hilo, even though we didn't see the huge magnitude of.
Yeah, it looks like it changed up. Where are we at? It says West Coast, but we're now changing, to feet to Hiro, Japan. Okay, we got Japan in the house. Oh, shit, which is under tsunami alert. I mean, that's kind of cool. I want to see the warning area, but. All right, Hiro, Japan. I was like, what's going on here? Suki. Hiro, Japan. They're not playing. The boats are moving. We're out of here. The Americans want to play with it? Let them play with it. We're out of this bitch. Okay, look at it. The boats are moving, everything. Pack it up. Pack up, ship out. Okay. Itadakimasu.
In 1952, a 9.0 quake near Kamchatka produced waves over 50 feet locally and reached the U.S. West Coast with 3 to 5 foot waves.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. 1952. Thank you, Crypto Devil. A 9.0 quake near Kamchatka produced waves over 50 feet locally and reached the U.S. West Coast, 35 feet waves. Those boys go surfing out there in Cali with that. They're not playing, man. They're not playing. Boats are moving.
Talking about with Drew Davis coinciding with the high tide, which is a big concern for us as well. And the depth of this, about 12 meters or so, we are going to be seeing a lot of energy. And in the past, with these kinds of magnitude energy.
Yeah, Japan's not playing. Look at that. They're moving all the boats and trucks and supplies. Let me check for some updates on the website. Let's see. Tsunami has been generated. Tsunami confirmed. Waves have been observed, including a bio reading of 3 feet.
I've lived in Bellingham near my son for the last 9 years. He always told me, when the really big one hits it'll be at 10.0 plus, and routine tsunami siren last year. I couldn't hear it a mile away. I live 1 mile from the bay. Sparkles folded hands, medium light skin tone.
Thank you, Mimi. Tsunami threat levels by region. So Russia and Ecuador. Surprisingly elevated risk. Ecuador, 9.8 plus feet. Waves 1 to 3 meters, which is 3 to 10 feet. Hawaii, Japan, northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Solomon Islands. Okay. So this is why they're taking it serious. Waves under 3 meters, under a feet. Australia, Vietnam, China, South Korea, Malaysia, North Korea. Those are the latest updates. Yeah, I guess we're gonna be here for a while tonight. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna order takeout tonight. Damn. So I think this is the same tsunami that somebody was talking about. Many might not be aware, but the Hawaii was hit by a major tsunami in 1946 from an 8.6 earthquake in the same general area as today's quake. On April 1st, 1946, an 8.6 magnitude earthquake off the Aleutian Islands triggered a tsunami that raced 500 miles per hour across the Pacific and roared ashore in Hawaii, killing 159 people. It was the largest wave to hit Hawaii in modern history. Wow.
Eastern coast of Russia. So once again, have your plan ready to go. Have your supplies ready to go. We're in the process right now of gathering video, bringing you scenes from different areas across the state right now, just to show you as Hawaii is looking forward, is looking to see what's going to be unfolding over the next several hours. So once again, the latest update from city officials, city leaders is to the Department of Parks and Rec advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds, parks. That was issued by Kauaii County officials. Same message applies for the rest of the state right now, as the entire island chain is under a tsunami warning. Our first alert weather team is keeping very close track of the conditions, monitoring the updates in real time. This all started around 1:30 Hawaii time, following that powerful and deep quake
Tsunami
off of
waves
Russia.
completely
It was
different
initially
than
a
wind-made
Tsunami Watch,
surface storm
as is the
waves.
protocol.
Tsunami waves are an underwater incident. Why you see water being removed from shore?
Okay. I see water being removed from the shore. Let me check for if we got any other updates. I'm pulling this stuff straight from tsunami.gov. Let me refresh here. Okay, no updates yet from the last one I posted. So people are taking this very serious. They have a several hours in advance warning. And so people either need to move, businesses need to, move accordingly. People on the shore. Pretty crazy to see how all these different places are moving. And also the technology that we have, that we could even have this kind of warning. Imagine back in the day, no warning, it's just boom. It's just catastrophes that would happen back then. Nobody would even expect it. So National Weather Service Los Angeles just made a tweet and said Tsunami Watch is down effect. Coastal San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara. Who are these people over here at the beach? I think this is Hawaii. I pulled up a camera too that I was gonna hold on, let me see.
Throughout the Waikiki right now, those need to be cautious. Now is not the time. We're giving you the live look at Waikiki right now. Now is not the time to be anywhere close near the water. Let's also give you a look from our tower cam right.
Yeah, some of these people at the beach, I was looking at the different cameras, and Layla was sending me some cameras, and all these warnings and watches are going on. You'd think people would be dipping out of the beach. No, I'm watching some video feeds right now. This one's Maui. Some people over here chilling at the beach. What is up with that? Some people are saying in that chat that they have a few hours. Some may only have to drive 10 minutes to get to higher ground. So that's what some people are saying in defense of the people that are just partying it up at the beach, I guess. They're going to get up and just drive away, I guess. But that stuff comes in fast. Gotta be careful with that. Look at this.
Upgraded to an 8.7, not insignificant. About 20 minutes later, so I was at 1:45. Warnings were then issued for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan.
I don't know why they maybe reminded me of like Florida with COVID. Everybody's just at the beach chilling and stuff.
Cruise, not the time to be heading out to the beach or low-lying areas. So once again, this is something that requires a serious response. You want to be over-prepared. You want to have your plan ready to go. You need to have your supplies in stock here. You know, just looking up some research here, the last time Hawaii was impacted was back in 2011, following a 9.0 magnitude quake off the northern coast of Japan. The impact came to Hawaii about 8 hours later. And as you may recall, the Big Island took the brunt of the damage in that situation. As we give you a live look from our Hilo cam, we are covering this event right now from all angles, trying to map out this response as Hawaii reacts to this tsunami warning, which is currently in effect. We have teams deployed throughout the state right now trying to monitor this response. As we give you a look from our Hilo Bay cam, you may be hearing another alert coming in.
We might need to get like some Russia cams if we can.
So apologies for any audio disruption right now. You may be hearing another alert coming in. This is from emergency officials warning of the incoming tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. First wave is expected to arrive at 7:17 tonight. We're tracking this. We have live cams out in Waikiki. And this is our Hilo cam right now. We have a crew out at the Emergency Operations Center. We have crews out on Maui as we speak. So we'll be bringing you video as it comes into our newsroom and new footage of this. So this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. Have your plan ready to go. Traffic is building in parts of the city right now. Let's bring it over. We're covering this event in real time. Let's hand it over to Jonathan Masaki and our First Alert traffic team. Jonathan, can you give us a look at the roads right now? What are we seeing? All right, Jonathan, apologies. We're working on getting your microphone situation resolved right now as we continue to give you a look at Hilo Cam. This is a shot right now that let's hope it does not look different over the next several hours as we are monitoring this tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. You heard from Drew Davis, you heard from Jennifer Robbins, an 8.7 quake needs to be taken very seriously. It's very powerful. It was very deep. This comes at a time when there has been a increase in seismic activity in the northern Pacific. We've seen massive quakes off the coast of Russia, powerful quakes off the coast of Japan. And so this is the one that has triggered a tsunami warning. Updates are coming to us right now. The last emergency alert that we see from safety officials says the following, and we're going to be reading this out loud, that due to the tsunami warning and wave arrival time of 7:10 p.m., this is for Kaua'i residents, 7:10 p.m. of Honolulu, sounding the sirens to alert the public of possible flooding inundation zones. This is a statewide event at the moment. The sirens and alerts will be provided throughout. First siren's expected to go off at 4:10, second siren at 5:10, and the next one at 6:10. I can imagine we've already gotten multiple alerts. You'll continue to receive alerts on your phone, on your watch, mobile devices. That's one of the things that, you know, as disaster response has developed over the last several years, there are more ways to get information out to the public, keep the people informed. We are tracking this tsunami warning as we give you a live look right now from
smiling, laughing
in Waikiki. Lots of people at the
smiling,
beach, not what
laughing.
not what you want to see at the moment in a situation like this. Let's bring it back to our Hawaii News Now studio right now. Meteorologist Ben Gutierrez is joining me at the moment. As you know, this is unfolding, as we speak. Bringing in video from different sources. We're bringing in details from different sources. What sort of new information do we have over the last several minutes as we track this?
Well, right now, we've had a lot of basic questions from people because it's been a while since we've had something of this magnitude, no pun intended. By the way, I'm not a meteorologist. Just a little correction, weather anchor. But one thing that we were getting a lot of basic questions from viewers. One of them is, if I'm in Waikiki, what should I be doing now?
Waikiki.
Do I need to leave the hotel? Do I need to drive out of Waikiki? If you are in a high-rise, if you go, you will be safe on the 4th floor or above. This is what is called a vertical evacuation. So there's no need to evacuate the hotel. If you're in a good, solid high-rise, go up to the 4th floor or higher, and you will be safe. If this also is for really any of the high-rise areas, for example, Kailua Kona. Also, we're talking about Ka'anapali, even Kalapaki Beach. And so there's just a lot of places where you can go without having to leave the area.
Okay, so our Lynn Kawano, we have teams out in the field right now. Our Lynn Kawano is standing by live at the Emergency Operations Center with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. Lynn.
Yeah, Mark, all city and county employees have been released. You can see that they are walking out right now. All state employees have also been released for the day. Now, what I'm told is the streets are packed. The parking garages are packed as people are trying to get home, trying to get to their families, get to safety ahead of all of this. We were told that the sirens were not going to go off until 4:10, but they did go off a couple minutes ago. So about 3:24, they did go off here in downtown Honolulu. And joining me now is Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. He just happened to be walking by to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and we stopped him to get a quick update. Mayor, the sirens went off earlier than what we thought. Tell me.
I don't know why. I suspect there was good reason. I was on my way to the operating center to find out exactly why. We were anticipating they would go off at 4:10. It was at 2:43 today when we got the official tsunami warning. This is an 8.7 earthquake off of Russia. You and I have been in the business a long time, through a lot of different things. I don't remember an earthquake of this caliber. So clearly, this is serious. And so we're evacuating all of our employees. Right now, the schedule is to have the sirens go off at 4:10, 5:10, 6:10. We're anticipating if there's going to be a hit, it is at 7:17 tonight. And that's as much as I know right now. Anxious to go downstairs, but I want to go back to everything that we've said to people over the years. Get home, get safe as much as you can.
Yeah, and we want people to get to higher ground as well. That's kind of the issue. They have time right now, 3 hours to try to get over there. You've released everybody. Is that the idea then, to try to get people the time they need?
Anybody who's in a flood inundation
Will the waves speed up my Temu shipment on boat?
To get higher ground as much as possible, and that pretty much goes for anywhere. If you're already on higher ground, then you stay there. But it's always a rush for the hills, and we'll see. Don't want to sound panic, but this is happening very fast, and so we need the community and the public to work with that and be responsive, and hopefully everybody stays safe on the road. Drive with aloha. Let people just get there. Let's just hope for the best here right now, but we're going to go in there and prepare for the worst.
Okay, real quick before you go in there, who is in there and what is the plan for right now, 4 hours ahead of them?
It'll be all of our emergency operating personnel. They come from all the different divisions, first responders, police. We'll certainly have our media team in there and everybody else. We're in full alert with civil defense. It's a whole cadre of people that come down there. This is our first time now since we've been mayor to have this, but in the dry runs that we've gone through, it's quite a few people. So we'll try to communicate with the public as best we possibly can. Watch television as long as you have power. Listen to anything and everything you can get your hands on, but pay attention. And this is serious, so we wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Rick Blangiardi, heading into the Emergency Operations Center right now here in the basement of the Fasi Center. All employees in the city and county of Honolulu, except essential or first responders, have been released now, and they are heading home, as well as state workers. But I will tell you, the streets are pretty packed right now. Again, the sirens are supposed to go off 4:10, 5:10, 6:10. We were originally told that, but at 3:24, they started going off here in downtown Honolulu.
So the new update, Tsunami Warning High Alert. Aleutian Islands, Unmak Pass to Samalaga Pass, Pacific Coast from Chiknik Bay to Unimak Pass. Damaging waves, coastal flooding, strong currents is what are expected. Evacuate low-tying areas immediately. Tsunami advisories, moderate alerts. So California, the entire coast from Mexico to Oregon border, including San Francisco Bay. Oregon, entire coast. This is tsunami advisory. Washington, outer coast. British Columbia. And so between 1.1 feet to up to 5.7 feet. Okay. Canceled Southeast Alaska and Alaska Peninsula. Okay. What happened to that one here? Lost him. We lost him. That one channel we lost.
All right, I believe, apologies for the technical errors right there. We are mapping this out as the situation unfolds. We were hearing from Jim Ireland, Director of the Emergency Services for the City and County of Honolulu. We heard Lynn in a live interview with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, and I think Mayor Blangiardi described this approach in an effective way. You know, this is not a situation to panic, but this is something that you want to take very seriously because it is moving very fast right now.
But one thing I want to say.
Hey, Matt.
Expected to come to Hawaii at 7:17. So looking at my watch very quickly, you've got about, we'll just say 3 hours. You've got 3 hours to do what you need to do. What you need to be doing right now, if you are in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be getting together a go bag if you haven't done so already. You should have a plan to try and get to higher ground. You should know if you are in evacuation zone. If you are, again, in a high-rise building close to the ocean, you do not need to leave the area. We have vertical evacuations. Then this is basically you go to the 4th floor or higher. At last check, when we were looking at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center site, we could see a lot of places are going to be seeing or could see a tsunami of 0.3, which is a foot, to 1 meter, which is 3 feet. So anywhere from about 1 to 3 feet is the prediction. And this is based on what the water column has had. We haven't had any word on what's happening in the Aleutian Islands, which was placed under the warning and which is the closest area to the Kamchatka site where the earthquake occurred. So that being said, I think we've been waiting for some data to come from there and maybe some word as to whether an
Let's see if they mentioned this data that I was just reading.
Tsunami has actually showed up in that area. The other thing of note that I was looking at earlier this afternoon, there's a whole bunch of tsunami detection buoys around the Ring of Fire, which is where the tectonic plates meet and where earthquakes occur, all the way from the Philippines up through Japan, up to the Aleutians, down the west coast of the United States. And what happened, what basically it does is it
Thank you, Mel, for all you do to keep us all informed.
And so there was a jolt in the water column. It was only 6 inches, but remember, this is not a case where it's wind-generated waves like surf. This is completely different. It's an entire water column. The best way for me to explain it would be if you have a bathtub and you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you take your hands under the water and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami. So very different behaviors.
Yeah, and very critical information. And those buoys right there provide a critical service for our forecasters about giving any sort of indication on measurements on the activity that we are keeping a close watch on and what we could expect. This is an event that you are covering from multiple perspectives. You have the scientific aspect of the quake itself and the tsunami warning, but you also have the response as statewide as Hawaii residents prepare following it and take cover. We heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center, but you're also seeing those leave low-lying areas as we're giving you our traffic cams. Let's try again with First Alert Traffic and Jonathan Masaki. Jonathan, what can you tell us?
You know, as the mayor was saying, everybody should stay calm because of what's going on right now. As we look at a very low-lying highway, this is Farrington Highway in the Nanakuli area. You see somewhat of the gridlock that's happening right now. You see a police car in the distance over there trying to keep, things under control and keep traffic moving. No doubt people going in and out of the area right now. We're going to check in with the Army a little bit later to see if they will open Kolikoli Pass because, that is a route that they were suggesting. If something like this happens, they might use it to get, traffic away from the low-lying areas. So we'll get back to you on that if that's happening as we speak. Let's bring you into town right now. This is the situation right here, H1 and Middle Street. You see the traffic is flowing again at a very slow to medium pace, so you can tell the traffic is starting to build. I'm going to move a little bit farther down right now, get to Fort Shafter and the Moana Lua overpass. You see right here where that gridlock is happening as we speak. Let's get to Nimitz Highway right now. Not looking too bad. You maybe want to take Nimitz to get out of the city, looking pretty good in the westbound direction. Coming into town a little bit slow and go right there. If we go up to the Like Highway, traffic really not existing in that area. Let's get also to the Pali Highway right now.
If you want to understand how tsunami works, watch 2004 Thailand, Indonesia tsunami on YouTube. You'll see what a 3 to 9 meter waves will do.
Oh, I had a video that I pulled up here that I could share with people. If I can find it. Oh yeah, this guy said this was from December 26, 2004. Tsunami that struck the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. Just to show how fast these things can move. Or just stand there. What do you got? So we're waiting. I'm going to check for some updates. Just a second here. Let me check for some updates. Fresh. Nothing yet. We're still waiting.
Friends or relatives who are in higher ground, try and get a hold of them. Conversely, if you are in higher ground, you might want to prepare or get a hold of maybe friends or relatives who are in an evacuation zone, and you might have to at least take them in for now. At this point, we don't know exactly precisely how big the tsunami will be, but we're looking at anything from maybe 3, 6, maybe even 9 feet. And again, a tsunami acts differently from a surf wave. A surf wave will come in and pull back out. A tsunami, because there's so much energy and it's been traveling across the ocean at about 500 to 700 miles per hour, it's going to start hitting the shoreline, or at least the shallower areas, slow down, start pushing up, and then all that energy is not, again, just the top. It's going to be from top all the way to the bottom of the ocean, wherever that is, and that's going to continue pushing in and pushing in and pushing in. So it's not necessarily a case of, oh, the surf's going to come in and then it's going to draw back out. There is the potential that this will push in a rather large way, and so you just have to be aware of that.
Let's go back to our Waikiki right now as you see what looks to be DLNR crews heading out to the lagoon by the Hilton Hawaiian Village, urging those that are on the shoreline over there to please evacuate the area. Now is not the time to be sightseeing and being in that type of southern coastal area. The sirens will be going off throughout the late afternoon into the evening. 4:10 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 6:10 p.m. First wave expected at 7:17. One of the silver linings with an event like this is that you do have lead time. So since this has become a tsunami warning at 2:45 Hawaii time, Even though we were seeing traffic from our different cams, you have to say that this has been a pretty rapid response, from those across the state as we're looking at this.
The good thing is that people are reacting. People are taking this seriously for the most part. We see maybe some exceptions right now on our live cam from Waikiki, or maybe they are not aware because they might not be on
Get them off the beach.
On our alert system here in Honolulu. And so, once again, there is some time, but if they are in a lower lying area, if they're not in a high-rise building, they need to move away. I know it's a couple of hours out, but at least residents statewide have been taking this very seriously, taking quick action. But again, don't panic. You've got a couple of hours, but just go through that checklist of what you need to have, your go bag, your essentials, important papers, pets even, and know where you're going to go if you have to leave.
And this is all part of the emergency response right now. When state and city officials hold emergency briefings and emergency preparedness drills, this is all part of it. So you have state crews going on low-lying areas, urging people that are in attendance to please leave the area. Take this very seriously. A tsunami warning issued for the entire state of Hawaii right now. The specifics in terms of wave height, activity, still too early to tell. But Ben and Drew Davis, you two are keeping a close watch on what we're seeing, gathering as much useful information as possible. What can you tell us about the quake and the ensuing tsunami warning?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about how much time we still have. Again, the earliest estimates, again, for Honolulu, 7:10 p.m. The rest of the state potentially 7:17 p.m. So we still have several hours. So the time now is to prepare. We're actually going to take a look at one of the tools that we use whenever we have a tsunami warning like this.
8.8 Quake is 1.4 times stronger than a 8.7. Every 0.1 is 1.4 more energy.
Wow.
Count this out. This is 1 hour from Kamchatka, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and then 6 hours. Again, we saw the initial earthquake at 1:30 p.m., so that lines up pretty close to this prediction from, this is directly, I believe, from NOAA. It's a pretty old map, but it still holds up today. And some of the information that we have from previous...
Damn, they upgraded the 8.7 to 8.8. Uh-oh. Okay, got another upgrade in the earthquake from 8.7 to 8.8.
Fault movement,
Whoa.
which is atypical when it comes to these fault movements over near Russia. Thrust movements are very often which are able to generate those tsunamis. And Ben, I do want to point out that one of the previous earthquakes that we've seen from this same exact region, the same exact fault line, was in 1952. Just from some information that we have from NOAA on previous earthquakes, there were no deaths reported in Hawaii, but the waves caused houses to collide, beach boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. Maximum wave heights were 4 meters, 1 meters, 9 meters, and 3 meters on Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kaua'i, respectively.
Yeah, so if you're getting that into English conversions, 9 meters is basically 27 feet.
That's nearly a 30-foot wave of inundation.
Yeah, we're looking at a 30-foot inundation. So once again, I know we're zoomed out a little bit, but just think of this red spot here. This is the bullseye. This is us. And this is where we have seen, in 2011, we had the tsunami from the Fukushima area. It came from here, right here, and so it did take a little while to get here. It got here like about 3 in the morning, also approximately 6-7 hours for it to get here. So it takes just a teeny bit longer for that to happen. But those of you who were here in 2011, remember that we did have a tsunami. We did have some damage in Ke'ehi Lagoon. We had a house swept away in Kealakekua. We also had some damage along Ali'i Drive in Kailua Kona because the water was coming in over the wall onto Ali'i Drive into the storefronts that were over there, because once again, it's not a wave that will come in and then go back out. It's a wave that it's just basically a lot of energy. You're talking about a water column here, so it's basically the entire ocean from top to bottom, and so it's not just...
Okay, so they posted a simulator, tsunami simulator, shows the potential waves that could reach the west coast. That's a long way. Watch this. Well. That's a long way. What?
Was I think a 9. Correct me
Russia?
if I'm wrong, but I remember there was one in Chile that caused a lot of damage. 1960, right from here, we had almost 12 hours. We had several hours for it to get here, but it still caused some damage. Also, 1946. Right up here, this was the April Fool's Day tsunami. This is the one that happened on April 1st. Sirens went off. Hilo was devastated because there might have been some people who heard the sirens and thought it's April 1st. No, tragically, it did take some lives, caused quite a bit of damage, and this is why you've got the soccer fields over in Hilo now. There used to be buildings there. After the 1960 earthquake, all that came down. So once again, we're looking at this area of Kamchatka. This is where it is, and then it's got to make its way here. And again, it's traveling at about
Houston, Texas, praying for all. Jesus Christ is King
crowned. If you're out on the
crowned.
ocean, you probably ain't going to see it. In fact, there was like a 6-inch column rise in the Dart buoys a little bit earlier, and it was a very sharp rise. And so that tells me, just looking at it, not necessarily as someone who is from the USGS, there was a water column change, that there was a tsunami generated, and that's in deep water. And so deep water, I don't know if it's in meters or in feet, but 5,000 was the number, 5,400. And that means you've got a whole column of water now that's traveling at about 700, as fast as 700 miles per hour over the Pacific, about as fast as a jet liner taking you from here to Los Angeles, for example. And then once that water column starts hitting shallower ground, it'll just start squishing together, so forth. It's going to both get higher and wider, and so all that energy has potential to cause some major damage on the shorelines. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ben. We are tracking the response right now to the tsunami warning currently in effect. Here is a live look at Waikiki. Just moments ago, we saw DLNR crews patrolling the area, telling people that are on the beach, on the sand, and now is the time to vacate the area. We have crews deployed statewide right now. Let's go to our producer, A'ali'i, who is in Waikiki and can describe the scene and kind of the action being taken by emergency officials right now. What can you tell us, A'ali'i?
Yeah, Mark, so you can see off into the distance, like you did, in our vehicle, there is an officer walking along shore right now. He is telling people to evacuate, but as you can see, people are somewhat lingering. Some, though, are listening to the orders and are making their way slowly to the parking lot so they can evacuate. But again, that officer's still trying to get people to get out of the water. There are still some still swimming, kind of ignoring that warning, maybe not seeing the officer on land. But I'm here near the Hilton Hotel, kind of near the Ala Moana Bowls area. And again, there are maybe about several dozen people here along the beach and in the water, kind of slowly evacuating here. Some still in the water. I'm still looking for that DLNR officer. He's making his way through the crowds, and people are heeding that order to get out of the beach and out of the water. So we'll continue to keep up over here at Ala Moana Bowls near the Hilton Hotel, and we'll keep you up to date with the very latest. But for now, back to you.
Ali, thank you very much. Yeah, this is all part of the response. One of the things with this is that you have lead time. This isn't a time to panic. This is a time to be ready.
Time to leave.
To be prepared. So the earliest estimated wave arrival time is 7:17. That is about 3.5 hours from now. We were seeing earlier that there is traffic throughout the city.
Go to sleep and come back.
The EOC.
Okay. Hold on. So, people putting up the map and the time codes. Should I be worried? West Coast here. I don't know. How far inland are you?
It's a damn shame we live in a world where you have to tell grown folks to not stand on a beach during a tsunami.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, take the wheel.
My body, my choice. I ain't getting off the beach. They said over here, potential wave, West Coast, looks like here. 11:40 p.m. Pacific, up 2:40 a.m. Eastern, 3:40 a.m. Oh wow! If this is the case, we're gonna be on here all night. Oh my god! What the? What? No. Well, that's just the West Coast, I guess, right? But with Russia and what? We got top shit. What? Be all night. Oh, no. Yeah, there's people. Look at these people swimming too. They're swimming, no problem, having a blast with the kids and everything.
Which is not what you want to be seeing, but DLNR is going up and down the beach, telling people to vacate the area. This is the shot at Waikiki. You can imagine that this is also happening at different parts of the coastline across the state, around Oahu as well. DLNR crews deploying, warning people to please leave the area with this warning in effect. We are getting updates and alerts into our newsroom. This is from the Associated Press. A tsunami has hit coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So with this quake happening at 1:30 Hawaii time, Alaska and Japan were the regions first named in the tsunami warning, and we are starting to see the impacts of that now. AP just reporting a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So it speaks to the severity, the seriousness of something like this.
Now, it doesn't say how large the tsunami was, but it is significant that one has been seen, that one has reached the Kuril Islands and also for Hokkaido. And so we may get video from that a little bit later. We will await that, but at this time, we don't know how big the tsunami was, but apparently something has hit.
When a tsunami does make landfall, does that do anything to dissipate what potential effects could be for other areas that are under warnings?
No. Because what happens is that you've got this large, basically it's like an underwater wall of water. So basically what you're looking at is all this energy. It's going to sweep past each island. And here's one thing that could happen where that energy will continue on, and then it will, it's like when you have, I don't know if you've seen the Tour de France, but they've got like the roundabouts and the bicyclists go around it and then they converge on the other side. That energy is going to converge on the other side. That wave energy will. And so some people have been asking, won't, like, say, Paliva, the North Shore, be the ones impacted the most? No, because it will basically affect all sides of the island, because that energy will also wrap around, converge again on the other side, and keep going. You might get some areas where it's a little bit blocked, because like Molokai into Lahaina, West Maui, you might get some of that. Or, depending on the direction, and I haven't had a chance to really look at the maps, it could amplify that energy. And so the best thing to do is not try to estimate or guesstimate, really, which is something that I'm kind of doing right now. But basically, I'm telling you that what you should do is, if you're in an evacuation zone,
I mainly am just, feeling for other folks that are directly in the path of this thing. I do know that it's on its way this way. Don't know how bad it's going to be. I know, Tiffany, it's wild. So we're just hoping for the best, guys. I know you're there for me, and I appreciate it. I came on a little early. Normally I don't come on until 7. So I did come on a few minutes early just to get with you guys right away so you could see that I'm okay.
California.
And we're monitoring this. Ventura Coast here, okay, physically. As the water pulls back, you need to run. Okay, Cloud Rider, that's good advice. So if it starts going out more than usual, you see, I'm seeing some anomalies in the water. So normally I'm not seeing any waves. Oh, is that right, Shannon? Okay, we need to say a prayer right now for Shannon's kids are stationed they're in the service, I take it, and they're in the path of the tsunami where they're basically evacuating Hawaii, telling people to go to a 10-story building height or higher. Shannon, we're here.
Okay. Tsunami sirens go off in Hokkaido, Japan. Uh-oh.
410 in Honolulu, Hilo in the past has seen about 0.3 meters. That's about a foot in rise, and also other harbors anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 of a magnitude 8 earthquake. And magnitude between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia generated anywhere from that 0.1 to 0.2, so that's about 4 to 8 inches. Some areas though, like Hilo, saw lots of damage, and in the past boat damage and also even houses. That houses were actually taken off of its foundation with this caliber. So if you're right at the coastline and you're not on stable grounds, that's a big concern. So you will want to move inland, of course, move Mauka. And we're expected to see, in many cases, that the initial energy will come in anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So anywhere from that 5 to 8 inches mark at 7 o'clock. But then it could jump up as the hour progresses to 8 o'clock to
I
1
folded
to
hands
2
medium
meters,
dark
according
skin
to
tone
some of
Winfrey
the
and D. Wayne
preliminary
Johnson
data
house
that
gets
we're
it
seeing.
in tunnels
But
flooded.
this is all just preliminary, so we should be prepared for the worst situation here. And it's very unpredictable how strong the currents could be. In the past, we've seen this, that we haven't seen a lot of run-up and also maybe flooding at the coast, but we saw a lot of currents and also those strong currents that were a big concern. So starting at 7:10 tonight, Honolulu this evening, we will be seeing that. And like we were talking about, it started off as a watch, and we saw that Tsunami Watch, which was issued earlier today.
Don't
a little
forget to
after
tip your host,
1:30,
Lol. Thanks,
just
Mel.
to give us notice to prepare to take action. But then it was upgraded quickly to a warning, and with all of that coming together, significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected now. This is where we fall under dangerous coastal flooding and currents, a possibility, especially if it comes in at 1 to 2 meters, which is a big concern for us, and especially if you're along the coastlines. If you're living in a boat or parked at harbors, this is the time to prepare and to move inland. Urgent action to protect life and property, including those evacuations. So just take your time. We do have some time until the 7 o'clock hour. Gather some of those belongings and then maybe contact some friends that you could stay with that is inland. We are going to be watching the times. Like Ben was talking about, in deep ocean, tsunami waves reach speeds about 500 plus miles per hour. That's a typo there. That's more like a jet liner. And then in shallow waters, it's about 30 miles per hour. So once it gets closer, it does slow down, but it piles up. So in the early evening hours in Alaska, we're talking about 4:46 to 5:46 Alaska time. That's when they're seeing arrival. And then along the west coast here, we're seeing that anywhere from 11:35 to midnight, and that's Pacific time there. And then we're already seeing that energy already in places like Japan. Back here at home, it's after 7 o'clock this evening. So talk with the family, talk about a plan, and don't rush right now.
It's Hawaii now.
Calmly get all your belongings together, especially if you're at those
The nervous
harbors
people
or
to be
right at
swimming,
the beach.
parasailing.
Mark?
Thank you very much, Jen. Very critical, very important information. We are approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour right now. If you're just joining us, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii following an 8.7 magnitude quake, which struck off the far eastern coast of Russia about 1:30 Hawaii time this afternoon. And a full-blown response is in effect right now at the city, state, and military levels here in Hawaii. The City Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've already seen DLNR.
They're projecting the waves to be about 3 meters. Yeah, okay, 3 meters. So 3 meters really is not that high. So if you look at the water right here, how it slopes down, I live 2 blocks away from here. So I'm assuming that if anything is gonna get like wrecked, it's gonna be these first homes right here.
Oh God.
But 3 meters is like, fuck, I'm not so good with the metric system. But yeah,
you better learn.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad.
That's 10 feet.
So, but at the same time, like I said, I'm not gonna underestimate it. Am I worried? No, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Just because I'm not worried doesn't mean nothing's gonna happen. But worrying is not going to change the outcome. So for me to worry, it's kind of a trivial thing. Well, that's how high the water is going. The waves will be higher. Yeah, man. Trust me. I appreciate everybody's concern, but I promise you, I will be fine. I'm very resilient, and I'm not gonna do anything stupid. If I do get in the water, worst case, if it were like just come out of nowhere, I would seriously just run up here and just leave. So, like I said, I'm on a motorcycle right now, so I'm on an off-road bike. We're in Hawaii. Am I?
Look at this 2011 tsunami.
So you can see there's only two.
And the third largest in the world since 1900. The waves, over 200 of them from that tsunami, caused damage here in Hawaii. $7.5 million worth of damage across the state. Those waves of varying heights reached our shores early at 3 in the morning. Many businesses and roads were flooded and washed out. Haleiwa Harbor saw damage to the dock and boats that were not able to sail out in time. It was the same scene at La Mariana Harbor near Sand Island. Big Island's Kona coast sustained substantial damage, where the Kona Village Resort is located, as well as low-lying areas on Maui.
And in the end, of course, tens of millions of dollars in damage after that major earthquake and tsunami from Japan back in 2011. And officials are hoping that everybody once again heeds the warning. There were no casualties in Hawaii after that. And so they are saying, please listen to the lifeguards when they tell you to clear the beaches. Don't be anywhere near the coastlines. And the Department of Transportation actually just sent out a tweet over on Kaua'i with those waves estimated to arrive at around 7:10. They are asking everybody to please not drive into Hanalei to try and help the evacuees. You'll only end up clogging those crucial roadways for emergency responders, and you might even end up preventing people from leaving and moving inland. Mark and Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Steph. Excellent coverage. Yeah, this is a very complex situation. And what we saw from Stephanie's story is what you were alluding to, is that the nature of a tsunami type wave and the fact that, you know, some may see that it's coming from the northern Pacific. Some of you saying, okay, well, if I'm on the South Shore, it's not going to affect. But what we saw in that 2011 event was the island wrap. And an effect statewide.
Yeah, two things to remember from this. Remember Ke'ehi Lagoon, La Mariana Harbor, I covered that. Several boats were damaged. This came in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that energy, even though it's on the South Shore, still reached the South Shore from Japan, which is basically on the opposite side of the island. And so you've got that energy moving through. Second thing to remember, that particular earthquake, the Japan.
All right, let's see what else is going on and happening.
Higher ground nearby. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I could go on the other side of the mountain, but again, I'm not worried about it. I have a motorcycle. I can cut in and out of traffic if anything happens really quickly. I have a bike that goes on and off road. So. Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, I just went live because, you know, some people, they have family out here. Some people don't live out here, but they do have family. You know, I had a family member call me to see if I was okay.
Okay. Everybody's talking about this tsunami advisories, the warnings, even Sean Hannity.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. A massive 8.7 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia has now issued tsunami advisories and watches, including Japan, Hawaii, the entire west coast of the U.S. This could be one of the top 10 earthquakes ever recorded. Joining us now from Fox Weather is Steve Bender is with us. Steve, 8.7, that puts it in the top 10. That means this tsunami warning, these tsunami warnings and advisories are very real.
Sean, this is massive. And you had just mentioned Japan's impacted by this. The U.S. Embassy in Tokyo has already been told evacuate and get to higher ground. And this was just off the coast of Russia, as you had mentioned, only 8 miles from the coast of Kamchatka, Russia. And so we've already seen on social media the waves that are pushing in towards Russia. For Japan, they're expecting 9-foot waves to impact the islands. As we look at the Aleutian Islands there, south of Alaska and the Peninsula, tsunami warnings for the western edge of that because of the proximity to the earthquake. We get down into Hawaii, they are also in a tsunami warning. This has been a confirmed wave that is moving in, likely to make impact just after 7:15 local time. The Oahu Emergency Management said, this is what you got to do. You got to get to at least a 10-story building and get to 4 floors or above that.
Ooh, maybe that's why there's people on the roof right now. Ooh.
So people are seeking higher ground right now. You look at the west coast of the lower 48, everyone is under a tsunami watch right now for the Pacific Northwest. Washington and Oregon, arrival time 11:40 p.m. local time for that initial wave, down towards Northern California, San Francisco, and those areas around the Bay. About 12:30, midnight, that's when you're looking at that potential wave, and then Southern California right after 1 a.m. So when we're looking at this, it is expecting flooding along those coastal areas. You got to gain elevation for spots like California. It is a steep slope, but other areas are vulnerable. Also, I do want to mention, Sean, we have Guam, of course, a massive military base. They are also in this as well with a warning. So major concern, aftershocks just coming in at 6.8 and 6.3. So the magnitudes, even on the aftershocks, are massive, as you had said right off the top.
Aftershocks.
This could be a top 10 strength ever. This is preliminary about 8.7, but either way, if you're under an advisory, a watch, or a warning, it is important that you are getting to higher ground because you're not going to see it. This is coming in overnight, and that wave energy is going to slam the coast. So right now, Sean, we're efforting to get some guests. I talked with the state seismologist out of Alaska just earlier this month when they had large earthquakes. He said this is the most active region in the entire world, and now we're seeing this major earthquake unfold. 2 a.m. local time off the coast of Russia, and the ripple effects continue on in the hours ahead.
All right, Steve, let me be very clear. If you're watching the show tonight and you're in Alaska, if you're in California, if you're in Guam, maybe you're watching from Japan, I would tell everybody they better be listening and they better be paying attention. You have mere hours to get to significantly higher ground. Fair statement?
Yeah. Fair statement, especially when you're mentioning Japan. I mean, when we talk about the strength of this one, the last time we had seen anything at an 8.7 or greater was back in Japan in 2011. So we haven't seen anything like this in over a decade. And as you had mentioned, this is coming in overnight. You're not going to see that wave energy, that water coming in, get to higher ground,
it is very dangerous,
and lead to the warnings. Listen to them and start moving now.
Play the warnings.
So this is the press conference of the Chief Cabinet Secretary. So because those regions affected by tsunami warning, please evacuate to higher ground and please evacuate to safer areas. So at this moment, there haven't been any reports of damage and casualties. So because we have set the task force and also the liaison office in order to gather the information. So from the Prime Minister, he had instructed us to provide appropriate information to the public and also to get the latest information and also have a close contact.
Okay.
Japan right now. This is from a aerial helicopter shot.
People on the roof.
Reports emerged several minutes ago.
Not playing.
That the first effects of this tsunami are already being felt on the global stage. Tsunami seen in Russia's Kuril Islands and in Hokkaido, Japan right now. Again, this is a live look from a helicopter shot. You see the response that you want to be looking for, right? Those heading for high ground. So this is, and at this time, no details have emerged in terms of damage. Right now is 4:10 p.m. You may be hearing some of the audio from the emergency alerts right now.
Yep. My
coming through
going off
on
right
our
now,
phone.
too.
You'll be getting this on your phone as sirens go off around the state right now.
Yes, you still have to go to
Sirens
work
will
tomorrow.
Be going off at 4:10, 5:10,
even if you're in the affected
and
areas.
6:10 p.m. As we're bracing and anticipating for what the effect is going to be from this tsunami warning after. And I'm told the latest update from the National Weather Service is that it was an 8.0 quake, upgraded to an 8.7 about 20 minutes later.
Yeah,
and about
USGS now has it at an 8.8. Marginal, but still, you know, a pretty good increase. And again, it gets it closer to the 9.1 that the Japan earthquake was. Very briefly about Japan and the live pictures that we saw in Hokkaido Prefecture, and that is that Japan has a very robust tsunami warning system. They've got sirens, they've got announcements, and people there know what to do. But especially after 2011, it's 14 years, yes, but I'm sure it's seared into the memory of a lot of people. Seeing the destruction that the tsunami caused
What's
back
that
in
over there?
2011 from the Fukushima earthquake.
Yeah, and that was a rapid response because if the earthquake happened at 1:30 Hawaii time, it's 4 o'clock our time right now, and so you're already seeing that the first tsunamis are hitting parts of Russia and Hokkaido in Japan. We are staying on top of this. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is standing by with any new information that is coming into the newsroom. Jen.
And just to review the tsunami warning, so all of the islands under effect with that warning, with the first wave arriving just after 7 o'clock today. And just to break it down, it seems like last week we did have that routine with the Tsunami Watch. It was kind of a little bit of a precursor of what to expect for this week. And you could actually see watch versus advisory versus warning. Let's break it down for you. This was issued as a watch initially when the actual magnitude 8.7 earthquake happened. You see issued first.
Okay, Layla said somebody's stuck in traffic. Oh, she's stuck in traffic trying to evacuate? She got music on.
Did they shut everything down?
So she's in Hawaii. I guess she got music playing, but she's saying she's stuck in traffic trying to get out.
I mean, tactically acquired. That's what I meant to say.
3 to 9 feet.
How much time does Hawaii have? I guess they still got a couple hours, or how much time they got? So it's a green light. Traffic's not moving. They don't seem too worried though. They were just at the beach partying. In Japan, though, you see how some of these people here, they're on the roof, taking the alert very serious. Oh, sorry, I wasn't really showing that the best way. Just a little glimpse into Hawaii.
We
traffic.
actually grabbed our Bible. That was the last thing we actually grabbed. That was.
I was like, something feels off.
So he actually went to go grab the Bible because we felt something.
And not
That's the
must
only
be weed
thing
inside of the Bible.
open.
The book of
You
Eli.
are right. 7-Eleven. It will be 7-11.
Oh yeah, they will never.
They
close.
will never close. Shit.
Must have been some weed in that Bible for them to grab it. Okay, she paused it. So she's stuck, I guess, kind of stuck in traffic. It was a green light, but it wasn't progressing the light. Let me see what else we got on Twitter, because there's a lot of stuff happening all at the same time. I should have another one stuck in traffic. Let's take a look at this other person.
But yeah, we're preparing for the
Traffic's bad.
Tsunami wave because of the earthquake in Russia that just happened, and we've had 3 warnings on our phone. That's kind of unusual. Maybe 2 warnings, but
They're
3
not playing,
warnings
yeah.
is definitely like they're telling us to get prepared and
They're
go
giving you a
home.
warning, yeah.
So I'm sure that the tourists freak out when this happens, and I've been through a bunch of these. It doesn't make it any better because it's very serious, you guys. We're on a teeny tiny dot in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's not a joke. If you look at the map, look at Kauaii and the Hawaiian Islands, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is Kauaii. Yeah.
She looks like she's on the back roads, though.
In the traffic on the North Shore. I'm leaving the Waipa market here around 7. So in 3 hours, I've got 3 hours to make my way back to my house. And I live way up high in the mountains on purpose because of stuff like this. I would never live like on the ocean, on the shoreline. To me, that's very, very risky.
Curious what they're saying.
Even living here is much riskier than living inland in a place because those of you who know that.
And how many canoes do you folks have down here that you folks have to move?
We're moving 8, but plus we're also going to move the 2 canoes that belong to the Hilton, just to be on the safe side for them because they have a
Cheerio
program as well.
You told me that the last time you did this was back maybe 5 or 6 years
Oh,
ago.
it's got to be at least that, probably a little longer. And again, this area is sheltered as part of the lagoon. I understand that this is a potential wave coming in of a couple of feet. So we're going to the higher portion of the lagoon beach side, just to be on the safe side.
So can you tell me that story again? How long ago and what did you folks do?
This would have been at least 5, probably closer to 10 years ago. We moved the canoes from where you see them now. This is Napoleon's Beach. Nappy Napoleon's our coach. And he wishes he could be here. He's tied up at the moment, but will check in on us. I believe we had about 8 or 10 canoes then as well.
In that 5 or so, 10 maybe years ago, what were the waves like?
As I recall, the wave was about 1 foot. But you never know. That's one of the things you don't take a chance, or you take a chance, and by golly, you're going to lose your canoes. So be on the safe side. We make sure we take care of our
As a local
says
canoe
for
paddler
Russia,
who often comes
Kamchatka.
here, how does it feel to see
They got
law
some
enforcement
damage.
officers just behind you, continuing to urge people to evacuate, and still some are in the water?
Well, that's sort of par for the course. You know, when I was in high school, we had a couple of tsunami warnings.
All right, so here that was him telling his experience. Let me just check out some of the other live feeds because I have people sending me stuff. This lady's like stuck in standstill traffic. I'll try to keep moving this so we know where we're at. Put her on for a second while I pull up another feed. Close.
That was a solid 8.5. So yeah, we're apparently in the line of fire, and someone else said in the chat in Oregon too is on watch for the tsunami.
Doing this, getting ready for tsunami.
This summer has been quite a summer of weather, isn't it? For everybody.
But,
it's been
I spent
Another
18
person stuck
years
in
in
traffic.
local TV news. So during that time, yes, so we cover. I helped to do round-the-clock coverage of the tsunami, in Japan. One time we also had an earthquake, like a really bad earthquake on Oahu. So I experienced, I would say it was about a magnitude 6 earthquake.
Look at the waves in Japan. Look at the helicopter feed. Right? Or it just looked bigger than maybe.
はい、承知いたしました。
Is it picking up out there?
はい。無理する必要はないんですけど、なるべく粘りたい方向ではありますっていう、燃料無理する必要はないです。
Japan.
If you missed the list, you can probably check in with Hawaii County Civil Defense, but we'll try to get that information online and also have a screen ready for you so you can take a look. Again, that's for the County of Hawaii. Oh, we also have a list on Kaua'i.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of picking up up there in Japan.
またなんかちょっと激しいのかこれ。
trying to leave, trying to evacuate, get out. Let me see what some of the news broadcast. What are they saying? New video. Let's take a look at this video for a second. Waves are picking up. Let's check out this video. Man, there's a collapse. Oh, hell no, I'm getting out of this. Oh.
А эти тоже, да, шатают? Да. Понятно, они тоже не держатся. Тут даже безопасной зоны нет у них нигде. Так я говорю, нет. Офигенно просто. Камчатка, здравствуйте. Просто, что там дома происходит у меня? Это закончится. Что-то прям долго. О, офигеть. А можно нас вывести на улицу? А что объявляют? Что объявляют? Не знаю. Пиздец, минус аэропорт.
Мы поглядываем иногда вверх, чтобы ничего не прилетело.
Russia.
Вообще, по идее, надо в стенке. По крайней мере, это целая стена. Потому что вот это тоже присутствует. Мне очень плохо настроено, мне ничего не понятно. Все-таки.
Wow. That was pretty intense. Okay. Estimated tsunami arrival times for United States. First waves arriving in Alaska's western Aleutian Islands. Expected arrival for Kodiak, Alaska, 12:20 Eastern. Expected arrival for Southeast Asia, 12:45 to 1:55 a.m. Eastern. Okay. Hey, hold on. What are they talking about? Hawaii, 1:15 a.m. Washington and Oregon, 2:35 to 2:55. Northern California, expected 2:50 Eastern. Reaching San Francisco Bay around 3:40 a.m. Eastern. And Southern California coastlines, 4 a.m. Hell no. What? That was intense. Russia. That's some more video. Wow, look at the water though.
Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you would like Hawaii viewers to know about what Hawaii County is doing?
Yeah, thank you. I want all Hawaii residents to know that we are doing I'm here at the EOC and I'm watching our team, collaborate, and I'm talking across jurisdiction. Right now it doesn't matter. Everybody is working really well together. We're communicating. I'm so proud of the Big Island. We've been through this before. We're an island of resilience and we are getting ready and we're getting prepared.
And that was Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda on the phone just a few minutes ago. Those destructive tsunamis that especially hit Hilo were in 1946, 1960, and 1975. So those longtime residents definitely remember. And that's why the mayor says that they are preparing in the Emergency Evacuation Center, and also that they are preparing those emergency shelters, making sure that tourists in the...
This person just posted I'm on the Royal Caribbean cruise to Alaska. Literally right now. Should I be worried? Let's check it out. Let's see. Should you be worried? Not too bad, I guess, for now, wherever he's at in the ocean. Mother Russia. Oh, another Russia video. This was 2 hours ago. This was the earthquake. All right, somebody out there smoking token in Hawaii.
Thanks for the coverage and the ability to speak, brother, at Ikadmel.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. So honestly, it seems, well, at least for the West Coast, it's going to be hours and hours and hours before it even touches. But as far as, I think it's hit Russia already. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, West Coast, they're talking 2:40 a.m. Eastern, 3:40 a.m. Eastern, 4:05 Eastern.
Tsunami will be very small. It's just going to be, you know, a little bit of energy, but you do not want to have your vessel caught up on the coastline when all that tsunami energy
slamming against the harbors.
Yeah, because it could. I remember in 2011 seeing Kaua'i Lagoon and the La Mariana Harbor, and a lot of boats had been capsized. A lot of them, many of them had sunk. A lot of them had been bashed against the harbors and against the piers. And so, if you are or know somebody who has a vessel, basically the Coast Guard is saying at this point, follow the procedures to start bringing your vessel to the open ocean. And so just get that prepared. You've got some time to do so, but make sure if you want to do that or need to do that, start getting it done.
So we are seeing these updates continue to come in from government, city, state, and county leaders mapping out this response right now. Anticipated first wave time for any sort of impact to the Hawaiian Islands is 7:15, around 7:17 tonight. We've already seen footage of the...
So they're saying several people were injured in Russia's far east. After this morning's earthquake, which struck the remote Kamchatka Peninsula. So several people injured in Russia, they're saying. Thanks, Katarina. It's according to AXN News.
Last week's earthquake, the fault movement was called a strike slip. It's where both of the tectonic plates near Russia were moving parallel and away from each other, causing the earthquake that we saw, but it wasn't enough to displace all of the water and create a large tsunami. However, what's possible with this earthquake, this may be a major thrust movement, obviously moving up a tectonic plate, displacing all of that water, and that's very, very common over the plate interface that's right near Russia. Last week's earthquake, where we had the Tsunami Watch, was actually atypical. It was a strike slip, and now we don't have confirmation just yet, but this is potential that it was a major thrust earthquake. Of course, let's take a look at the details out there. We've got a magnitude 8.8. Giving you a recap, we had an 8.0 magnitude earthquake issued around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. That was upgraded around 20 minutes later to an 8.7. has now been upgraded again to an 8.8, nearly a 9 on the Richter scale. Very, very strong. We've got a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. Every area that you see right here in red is under that tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. Again, move away from the coastal areas. If you're in a building, move at least 4 or 5 stories up to get as far away from sea level as possible. And of course, make sure that you're making preparations now. The earliest potential arrival of the tsunami over in Honolulu was predicted to be 7:10 and potentially 7:17 for other parts of the sea. A closer look again at the tsunami energy. We have this fault line. Earth's plates are rubbing together, creating that.
They're saying there's this vehicle. This is a Russia video. I'll show you guys. People inside vehicle get caught in tsunami, Russia. Let's take a look at that. I guess there's no audio for it.
30分、11時半から11時50分までの間ぐらいで生撮られるんですけど。
Oh, they got a dog in there too and everything. Oh boy. Oh, well, they got on top of the car. Yeah, you better get out. Oh man. Or climb out, I don't know. Let's start it over. Wow. Huntington Beach, California closes beaches for the Cali West Coast people watching. Huntington Beach. Phone alerts going off in Hawaii. Waves can reach Sandpoint and Cold Bay, Alaska within 1 to 1.5 hours.
On the 4th floor above, but do not go to the beach because the Department of Land and Natural Resources has had officers that we've seen earlier this afternoon trying to get people away from the water. Yes, it's a couple of hours beforehand, but they don't want to take any chances as far as anyone not having heard of the alert or something like that. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes people will not be getting the alerts on their phones like we had at 4:10. So
it's happened several times already where the alerts have gone off on our phones on air. The first official siren came down at 4:10. There will be another one at 5:10, at 6:10. Once again, all leading up to the anticipated first arrival of the effects from this 8.7 magnitude quake.
California getting some
we are
waves.
getting videos sent into our newsroom from across the state. We want to play something and give you a look at what the scene on Maui when the sirens came down. Again, this is not a live siren. This is when the siren occurred earlier this afternoon.
Of course, people in Kahului now are starting to leave because Kahului is in a low-lying area. There are several areas that are definitely at risk of a tsunami. That looks like that's around Maui High School, maybe. That looks like that area, one of the places that were evacuation areas. We haven't had a list yet, or we haven't gotten a hold of the list yet for any refuge areas or any shelters for Maui County as of yet. I'm pretty sure there's one out. We just haven't had it. Here's more from Maui. But this is Oahu, actually.
Yeah, so that was the moment the tsunami warning sirens went off on Oahu.
That's the Kalihi YMCA on the right, so that's going up Likelike Highway.
Up Likelike.
They're saying that workers at the Fukushima Daiichi and Fukushima Daini nuclear plant have been evacuated and moved to higher ground. Yeah, we don't want repeating that.
In a Cook Street parking structure, you know, you can imagine Private businesses told their employees to head home. State and city workers were told to go home. So everyone hitting the roads all at one time. You can also expect to have plenty of lines at grocery stores, gas stations as well. What we see in these types of events, that is a look right now at the alert that came down. That applies to Hanalei, but we all got some sort of version of this in expectation of the 710 wave.
Yeah, once again, this is a statewide event, and do not be alarmed. Well, don't panic is our basic message. Again, 4:35 right now. You've got about 2.5 hours, if I'm doing the math correctly, to take action and do what you need to do. Here's a list of the Kaua'i emergency shelters. Once again, Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary, also Kaua'i Community College. We also have the Kalaheo Neighborhood Center and Kilauea Elementary School that are open, and Koloa Library is also open. Again, that's a list.
Okay, let me see what they're saying.
How's it going, guys? Join me on the coast of Wailea, Maui here. Just happened to be here on vacation with my family when the unfortunate major earthquake struck off the coast of Russia there. Not sure what's going to happen here. Just as a safety precaution, my family and I are evacuating. We're just going to head uphill a ways just in case it is a worst case scenario, but there's still plenty of people out on the beach. Well, you can't really see them, but there's a lot of people.
People partying. Look at that, look at that. Gotta be Hawaii. Oh, they're out there enjoying life, living it up, drinking, smoking. You know? They gotta be out there having a blast. Oh, they switched it back against Japan. They're still partying out there.
Concern as to what would happen in an emergency, a hurricane, a tsunami, an earthquake, for areas like, for example, hate to say it, but Lahaina, one way in and out. That's very accessible. Also, obviously, the Waianae coast. There's like 16% of roadways around Hawaii which are just one way in and out of a particular area. So we understand what's going on in Waianae, the Waianae coast. If you are in an area where you can go into higher elevations because you do have the valleys, you do have some areas where you can go a bit further inland and be out of a tsunami evacuation zone. But if worst comes to worst and you really need to get out for whatever reason, or you've got relatives who are outside of the evacuation area or outside of the Waianae coastline, we understand what you're going through. Be patient. But again, Kole Pass has been opened by the military for your use to evacuate and will remain open until an all clear is sounded, and that obviously hasn't happened yet. We're still under a tsunami warning.
What we're seeing right now is the transportation response to all of this, right? Because you have so much time before the first anticipated arrival, these are the types of updates that we're seeing. So Kole Pass is open back up. We just got this notification that the Hilo airport is closed as of 3:30 p.m. No commercial flights in or out. So once again, the Hilo airport has been closed, is anticipating what we're going to be seeing from this wave. And then also we saw that shot earlier from Waikiki, those still on the beach. Here's an update in regard to Waikiki. International Marketplace will be closed for the remainder of the day out of an abundance of caution for the safety of tenants, employees, and guests. That isn't because people would be going to shop at this moment, but we're saying that as an indication of what's going to be happening in the surrounding area. That's going to be one of many businesses closing its doors for the day if they haven't already.
Yeah, I think it'll be plenty obvious for a lot of people that trying to leave or get around, or thinking, why is the store closed? But again, it's because we are under a tsunami warning once again. Again, International Marketplace is closed. We also have a lot of areas where the traffic is backed up.
Yeah, we're getting video of traffic sent into our newsroom from all across Oahu right now. This is heading out to the Kaneohe area. So if you
lots of traffic. This video. Oh! Wow! Oh, sure! Better move with that bathroom. I would have ran out naked. Wow.
Это жестко трясет.
Oh, boy, tripping. Wow, the end of times. I guess this must be another once-in-a-lifetime weather event that we have seen. We've had multiple anomaly weather events. They're all once-in-a-lifetime events. Itadakimasu. Friend is in Hawaii. They sent a photo of people trying to grab supplies at the store. Noticeably, people are grabbing toilet paper by the droves. I'm kidding about the toilet paper. Crazy.
You can see just the traffic all along Ala Moana Boulevard, which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning.
You over here smiling. What's going on over here? Hello.
Okay, and so no need to look into the camera. You just look at
I am just excited that the tsunami coming. I'm just excited.
Sorry, it's just because
You're fine. You're good.
Can I have the phone to my ear just because the wind goes? Yeah. Alright, so first off, can you say and spell your first and last names?
Yeah, Gunther Sanderfeld, Gunther Sanderfeld,
Heidi Sanderfeld, Heidisandersfeld.
And you were kind of telling me earlier, how does it feel to be in this situation?
Yeah, we're a little nervous, I guess. We're from Iowa, so traditionally when there's storms in Iowa, Iowans tend to go out and look at the storm and see the weather. So that's kind of what we're doing now.
Yeah, I'm grabbing water.
But with everything, we know God's in control. He made the heavens and the earth and all the sea in the sky. And there's a rainbow right behind me. And the first time there was a rainbow was actually when, after Noah's Ark, when they were saved from the storm, God put a rainbow in the sky as a promise of his covenant to Noah. And that's just kind of reassuring right now, knowing God's got
Mormon?
us.
Mormon?
And what about you?
Same thing. You know, we're first-time visitors to Hawaii, and we just got in late last night, so this was not kind of on our radar. So here we are, just gonna wait it out and pray that all comes out well. Thank you.
Anything else you folks would like to say?
Jesus loves you. God's got this.
Thanks.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
Better take your ass to high ground. When that storm comes, when the tsunami.
Stop hoarding TP during a disaster. There's leaves everywhere.
I am nervous because we've had like tsunami.
It's exciting, right? It's exciting, and everybody's, you know. All right, let's see what they're saying.
Warning is in place due to this large earthquake that occurred in Russia at 8.8 magnitude, the depth at 19.3 kilometers. And with this caliber, that's why you could see the waves travel so far, as fast as a jumbo jet. We're talking about 500 plus miles per hour traveling over open waters with those tsunami waves. Tsunami warning is up, and it's going to be up throughout the next several hours. First wave expected after 7 o'clock. The closest to the epicenter is where the biggest tsunami waves have been reported. Of course, just off the coast of Russia here. We're talking about 3 to 4 meters, 9 to 13 feet has already been reported. And the NHK reported the first tsunami wave at 30 centimeters. So not very large in Japan quite yet, but they're expected it to be quite large into the next couple of hours. This is how it's going to break down. The tsunami readings already coming over Russia and Japan. Hawaii expecting to forecast anywhere between 1 to 3. That's where it's going to fall under, at 3 to 10 feet expected. So expected after 7 o'clock. Guam expected the same kind of forecast at 1 to 3 meters, and that's 3 to 10 feet as well. None confirmed yet there. History has shown this magnitude with the depth in between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia. It generated anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters. That was just under a foot, expected under about 0.3 in this situation. Hilo saw the most damage in past tsunamis, and with all the boats and also the caliber of this, it could create even some foundation concerns for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline or even right at the harbor there, all those boats that are parked there. So this is the time to prepare. This is going to coincide with the strong currents, rip currents coming our way, very unpredictable, as you know, and possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So the high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that high tide. So on top of that, we're getting that tsunami energy coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3, and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters, and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some calm, cool, and collected information. So once again, this is not a time to panic, but it is a time to take action. A lot of people, unfortunately, are taking action all at once. It's not their fault, but it's because the tsunami warning came down and then everybody started leaving at once. Case in point, Aomata Center, of course, the stores started closing there, and we did see a big traffic backup coming out of the parking lot. I think we've got a little bit of video of that. You can see traffic
and this is
at a standstill.
This is happening in parking structures all throughout the city right now and all throughout the state, as everyone was leaving at the same time once the warnings came down. We are also receiving some new information on kind of the effects of this tsunami in other parts of the world. We had mentioned that a tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia near the quake's epicenter. Japan was also under a tsunami warning, and Hokkaido is seeing the effects. Information is emerging from Hokkaido. The Japan Meteorological Agency said a tsunami measuring 1.3 feet was detected in Tokachi on the southern coast of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the country's main islands. And so early readings are coming in, Ben.
Yeah, it's a foot, and 1.3 feet may not sound like much, but once again, we will still have to be on the lookout for strong currents, because once again, this is not just the ocean ocean surface. This is the entire water column that's being affected. And so we're going to at least see currents. We also have traffic, not only in Ala Moana, but also Ko'olina. This is what we are seeing getting out of that area. Most of these people, hopefully, were folks who were on the beach, who were maybe in the lower townhouses. But once again, if you're in those taller buildings, out in Ko'olina or anywhere else, if you're in the hotel district, if you're in an office building, 4th floor or above, that's where you should go. You will be safe there, no matter the size of the tsunami. So again, 4th floor and above, do what's called a vertical evacuation. You don't have to leave the area, just go to a higher floor, 4th floor or above, and you will be safe.
We've seen traffic in Waikiki, Ala Moana, parts of urban Honolulu, out on the leeward coast at Ko'olina. We also have shots of the driving conditions along Oahu's windward coast right now. This is the Kaneohe Kahalu'u area. As you have traffic in, this is also an area too where, much like the leeward coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place, you have somewhere in place in times like this.
Yeah, especially this area, you're going to see a traffic backup nonetheless, because all these homes that you're looking at, they're very close to the ocean. No doubt they are in an evacuation area. Also, some people had to be told to evacuate. This is what it was like when HP.
Tsunami siren sounding at Black Sands Beach on the Big Island in Hawaii, near Naleu. Let's see. Oh, thank you so. Oh, let's see the name here. Sonia Buck, thank you so much for the 50. Gracias. When is high tide in Hawaii? They were saying that the times, ooh, look at those waves. High tides peak today at 8:51 a.m. Hawaii time. We're still elevated into the evening at 7:28 p.m. But I saw, hold on, I saw some times here. Somebody had just tagged me in this. Sometimes. Sometime I cry. First waves already in Alaska's western Aleutian Islands. Kodiak. Alaska is 12:20 a.m. Southeast Alaska 12:45 to 1:55 a.m. Eastern. Hawaii 1:15 a.m. Eastern. Washington, Oregon 2:35 to 2:55 a.m. Eastern. Northern California 2:50 a.m. Eastern. San Francisco Bay 3:40 a.m. Eastern. Southern California, 4 a.m. Eastern. Dang. Lord, man.
Oi. 多分そろそろ2番機が来そうな気がするんだけど。
Major traffic in Hawaii. Everybody trying to leave. Oh no.
Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Waikiki right now. I believe this is a live shot. What we saw earlier this afternoon were
beautiful
state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago when you saw many still in the water. I think also some of the hotels and the businesses may have been helping out with the evacuation response as well, because if those spots are going to be closing, you just want to get everyone to safety. This isn't a time to be frantic about what could be happening, but be in a safe spot right now. Don't let yourself get caught into a situation where it could get hairy. And then also too, as we approach the top of the 5 o'clock hour, the expectation is that we'll be hearing from Governor Josh Green in a news conference. We see Kaua'i County's Mayor Derek Kawakami. We're told he is ready to go. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. What is the message that you want to impart about safety for Kaua'i County residents?
Well, I think you covered it perfectly. I think right now the number one mission is to get everybody to higher and safe ground. If you're in a safe area, then stay safe. Being on the road unnecessarily is adding to the traffic. Right now our EOC is fully activated. Our IMT is ongoing with planning. It's all hands on deck. The number one thing that people can do is stay calm, stay safe, try to stay off of our roads if you don't need to be there. And if you're a low-lying area in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be seeking higher ground.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the Garden Isle. So let's say we've got about an hour and a half to basically prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
All right, I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kaua'i residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place, stay there. 2 hours are gonna come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there, and stay tuned. Our best information for Kaua'i residents is kauai.gov/Kima, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Midway Ale basically keeps people from going in or building in. The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes, and so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic, or at least trying to bring some control to the situation?
Yes, they're all there right now. Honolulu is a very tricky spot with a number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw too that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now, the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for a shelter, but just get to higher ground. They can figure out the shelter after we get through this.
And not only just looking for a shelter, but just to make sure, again, for people like in Honolulu, the thing that I've been telling people is that not to do is to try and be like a looky-loo. You know, I want to go see the tsunami. That's something that
I got to record this. I'm trying to live stream, get it for the gram. Now, there's some reports. According to Nick Sorter, he's saying Breaking Oprah has not opened her private road from Wailea to Kula, Kauaii, which would allow coastal folks to reach higher ground quickly, locals tell me. Open the road, Oprah. Roads on Maui are gridlocked as people try to escape the incoming tsunami. I'm stuck with my children in the truck with the siren going off. If Oprah's road was open, I could have a way out. Instead, we have to just hope and we pray the first wave time estimates are correct. We have time to get to higher ground. And they're saying over here that, like, apparently, according to Nick, he's saying that, I guess it's like this. Oprah's paved private road is marked in blue over here. So she got a private road. It would bring people straight to sufficient higher ground, but instead they have to take the red road route, which is the only other way to higher ground. Mostly because she owns so much land and doesn't want the public roads running through it. I don't want those peasants touching my ground, my sacred ground. I guess there was an article about her land. Opera practically has a monopoly on a massive portion of Maui and doesn't want any public roads built on her property. Owns 100 acres of land. Damn. Whoa. Mama. Need mama's love. Please, mama, open up, mama. Mama's love. Right. Kaua'i. Somebody said, did it take out the news station? No, it's not supposed to. I don't think they're not seeing it for like an hour and a half or so. Hawaii. Not for another hour and a half.
VHF でお聞きします。430停波でよろしいでしょうか。2番機って現場入れました？
I said Trump did it. Damn.
Meters, or rather 30 centimeters and 40 centimeters up to 50 centimeters. Expect waves of up to 3 meters to hit these areas. Other waves have been recorded in Hokkaido's Nemuro City's Hanasaki port, or rather Hanasaki, Hamanaka town, and we have updated information. Ibaraki Prefecture's Kashima port, rather Hokkaido Prefecture's Hamanaka town, the wave has been upgraded to 40 centimeters at 11:54 a.m. And tsunami waves have been recorded across wide areas of Hokkaido, Iwate, Ibaraki, and also down in Chiba Prefecture as well as Kanagawa. Please stay alert. Waves can hit repeatedly and can get higher. If you are in these areas, you must quickly evacuate to higher ground. If there's no hill nearby, go to the top of the tallest building around you or escape as far away from the coast as you can. Do not stop where you are or go back. Your house or your possessions are not as important as your life and the lives of those around you. Do not gather your belongings before leaving. Don't waste time before evacuating. You cannot outrun a tsunami. Check on people around you when you evacuate to see if there's anyone who needs assistance. Children, the elderly, and people with disabilities often require help. And even within a same region, tsunami waves can be twice or 3 times higher in certain places. It depends on the geographical structure of the seabed or coastline. The waves can be very high. Do not underestimate their size and power. Once again, please stay alert and check on the latest information. We now go to our domestic broadcast.
So because there had been an announcement to evacuate, and that is why I came to the higher ground. So my son is in the junior high school, so I need to pick him up later. So because when the alarm had been triggered, I thought it is necessary to evacuate to higher ground. So therefore, I'm so much worried. So we have sea near to us.
Breaking news.
They're back.
Robbins, and we are tracking a tsunami warning, and we are going to be seeing the impact start after 7 o'clock. You see all of the islands under a tsunami warning. Let's take a closer look. The source of why we're seeing tsunami waves come our way is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened in Russia, the depth at 20.7 kilometers. So incredible to see all of that energy. They're already seeing reports of big waves there along Japan as well, and now traveling over open waters. Closer to the epicenter, anywhere from 3 to 4 meters has already been reported. That brings us to 9 to 13 feet. And then you can see the first tsunami waves initially reported at 30 centimeters over in Japan, but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the next couple of hours. So here are the wave readings and what we're expecting when it comes to the forecast. Along the Russian coast, 3 to 4 meters, that's about 10 to 13 feet they already have observed. In Japan, up to 3 meters, but already observing 1.3 feet. In Hawaii, expecting that after 7 o'clock, 1 to 3 meters. That brings us to anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. And also for Guam, the same forecast there, none confirmed yet. So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude, one of the strongest earthquakes. Arrived 15 hours later. Here in Hawaii, it was up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake was 9.1, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage. And we could be seeing some property damage along the coastline, some coastal flooding, and certainly with boats. So if you are in a vessel or have a vessel or know someone who are in harbors, definitely check on them to see if they have a plan to evacuate and to get away from the coastline and go inland towards Malka. And this is going to coincide with high tide peaking at 7:03. High tide coming in at 1.52 feet. High tide and tsunami coming in at the same time. Strong currents and rip currents is going to be a big concern for us with that coastal flooding. Well, it's really hard to say how big the tsunami is going to be, but the initial set of energy arriving at 7:10 in Honolulu this evening could easily be about 0.1 to 0.3, and then gradually getting larger and larger as the night progresses. According to some of the forecast readings, maybe 1 to 2 meters, which is quite significant, more than 3 feet a possibility. Unpredictable, strong currents. That's why you need to stay out of the water. We've been seeing very rough shorelines when we have tsunamis, and we've seen that in history. So something that we'll be watching very carefully are all of these elements coming together. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jen. And of course, so they're saying here, next order, catastrophic tsunami damage seen in the village of Severo Kurilsk, Russia. This originated from the same earthquake sending tsunami waves to Hawaii. Get to higher ground. This could be you. Let's see. No audio. Trump. They said, yeah, I saw a few people saying Trump did it, and in the news chats, some people were saying that they should have predicted this days ago or something. I don't know. The earthquake before it happened, and I don't know. You can only get so much warning in life, man. This is more than enough time for at least people in other places like Hawaii, Alaska, West Coast. But I think that obviously the worst place is gonna be Russia. But it seems like I don't know what's out there in the ocean, but Mother Russia. That's weird. That video, I guess, is doing good. Oh, I guess. That's just over here, Japan.
Traffic jams and traffic backups happening throughout Oahu right now. We are seeing Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi getting ready for a podium at another monitor we are monitoring in the newsroom here. As we give you a look at the backup on windward Oahu, we also saw a similar sight on the leeward coast. Kole Kole Pass is opened up for emergency access at this point. Let's also give you video from Hilo right now. Hawaii County residents leaving the area, and you could be hearing the sirens over air right now as the second emergency siren warning of the tsunami warning is going off right now.
So the message that we've been hearing from emergency officials is to prepare, to have a plan in place. Do not panic at this time. As we take a look at the situation here in Kaka'ako, don't wait until the last minute to leave. But if you and your family do have a plan, meet at a meeting place, make sure that you have the necessary materials, your medication.
People are very angry at Oprah. I don't know, maybe she's sleeping or something. People are very angry at Oprah. I guess they chose the perfect time to mention this new news. I guess Donald Trump is seriously considering pardoning Diddy. Amazing. I just saw something about, Ocean bayous confirmed tsunami headed directly towards Hawaii. Authorities are instructing residents to evacuate coastal areas immediately. Oh, here's this press conference.
You're fully aware that the state is under a tsunami alert. That said, what you're doing is the right thing to do. We ask you to pay attention, stay with your media for updates. Here in Oahu tonight, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to give you some really pertinent information. But I ask that you stay calm. If you're in a low-lying area, please get to high ground. You'll hear about our emergency centers that are open, and let Randy Collins, our Emergency Management Services Director, tell you that. But we need people to cooperate with each other. Right now, the roads are full, people trying to move. We ask you to stay calm, cooperate, and get to high ground, if at all possible, where you are. We promise to give you complete updates. Right now, the expected time of anything that might happen here in Oahu is going to be somewhere around 7:15. We're expecting it to be at Kauaii around 7:10. We'll know. We've been told by Civil Defense that when it passes the island of Midway, we'll get a good read as to what we can expect, and that's not scheduled to happen for a while yet. But we promise to keep you updated. Please stay close to your media. Listen. If you are in a safe place, stay there. And if you're not, do something about it. Get to higher ground. So with that, I want to bring up Randy Collins, who's our Emergency Management Services Director. Randy.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, our #1 priority is to get people to safety. So get out of the tsunami zones, out of the tsunami inundation areas. Those are clearly marked by these tsunami zone signs that you've seen around, that we worked hard in instilling over the past year to make sure that you're aware of where those tsunami zones are. You can also find out more information at www.honolulu.gov/DEM. There you will be able to find all the various types of resources about these tsunami warnings. As the mayor mentioned, our number one priority is life safety. And so right now it's an easy thing. Get away from the beaches, get inland, and get upward. So that's our message right now. I would also tell you that we are working hard with all of the city agencies and other stakeholders to make sure that we are activating the tsunami assembly areas around the Oahu. And we want everyone to, if you do live in an area that's within a tsunami area, first and foremost, go to a friend's house, go to a neighbor's house, go to your workplace, but go inward and upward out of the tsunami area. If you have no other place to go, then go to the tsunami assembly areas that we have activated around Oahu. Would also encourage you to not call 911 for evacuation out of your home. Depend on your friends and family and your neighbors to help you get out of the tsunami zones. 911 services are not for helping to evacuate. Our 911 services are for in danger of life and health services. And so we don't want to over or inundate the 911 centers. So please make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
Hold on one second. I have Mayor step in. Sure. All right. Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up Ocean Safety right now. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Hilo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in. And again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone. And so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m. we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes.
You guys doing?
You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible, and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled.
Low mode, I can do this first. Subs only.
Yeah, Roger.
Start with that.
Yeah, we are stuck in 93% of our service right now is running late, and most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
You said that they're not ready for anything? They don't have no supplies or nothing?
Any other questions? Yes. Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that.
Maybe it was some experimental thing. Maybe they blew a bomb up or something. No, I really don't know. But let me show you guys this. This was kind of cool to see.
And you just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take a look now from Kaua'i, about the Kaua'i emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele'ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kaua'i Community College, Kalaheo Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Now, these refuge areas will have parking and restroom facilities available. And keep in mind, if you are bringing a pet, make sure you bring a kennel, food, and water for the animal.
And county officials are responding statewide. We just showed you the Kaua'i emergency shelters on Hawaii County. You have evacuation sites open at Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym and Honoka'a Gym. So a number of sites available for those seeking shelter on Hawaii County,
places,
as well as Kaua'i. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, as well as with city first responders, there's an overarching message of, be prepared. Don't panic in this. Have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time. And since then, we've seen traffic backups across different parts of the island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Palava. So there has been lead time in this, so there is time for many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low-lying area to move inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads. Again, we are seeing these images just coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island, and emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not congest or overwhelm these roadways unnecessarily. So if you do have a loved one, come up with a plan and make sure that you have a family member. Go ahead and meet them at that area. We want to go now live. We're hearing that a news conference is happening right now with Governor Josh Green, along with other state emergency officials about the tsunami warning. Let's listen in.
Everyone is prepared, everyone is ready for what may come, but there is always some uncertainty about the size of the wave. In about 5 minutes, we'll reconvene a statewide meeting. We will hear an update on the size of the wave, as I said, as it passes through the middle of the Pacific. We'll also be in communication with other states and islands, such as Guam, Tsunami, finding out what they have experienced. After the wave has passed, after we're all safe, we will reach out to these other friends of ours across the Pacific to support them in their recovery also.
Mahalo, Governor. Andrew?
From what you shared so far, is any of that based on any ocean readings between Russia and between Midway and Russia?
Yes, there was immediately a response from all of the nearshore buoys. The question was answered almost immediately. Right after the earthquake, it was clear to us that there was going to be a wave. As we have shared, we don't know how large a wave, usually until it passes Midway. And as you can see, it takes 5 to 6 hours to come across the Pacific in this case. That's why we're always postured to first check. We don't want to alarm people unnecessarily, but once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice do you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway as we were aware coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we will be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare, so use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic. And this, what we've been seeing is, aside from the traffic jams, some of the crowds at grocery stores, a very measured response statewide.
Yeah, we're even seeing those long lines at the gas pumps as well. But an important thing that was mentioned in the Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi was about the 93% of handy van services are running late at this time. So if you do have a loved one who is relying on that service, Roger Morton, you just heard, call them up, call your family member up and let them know that it's likely they will not be picked up. Again, he said 93% of handy van services are running late at that time, and he's urging families to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need to get out.
Yeah, and let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon, was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake, extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean surface.
Thank you, ICK and Mel, for bringing this live cast. You are most likely saving some lives tonight.
The first anticipated arrival
Thank you.
is around 7:10, so about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in, throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sites. We're staying with you throughout this entire time. So is our First Alert weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. 19% come from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America. That's about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. We had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon. There were no deaths from that 1952 earthquake in Hawaii, and I'm just reading some of the information that we have directly from NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and removed road pavement. And here on Hawaii Island, they have.
Let's see. BNO News, a tsunami warning issued for parts of North California, including Crescent City and Eureka. Several whales have washed ashore in Tateyama City of Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Oh, no. Let's take a look at that.
と見られます。今回の津波との関連というのは情報が入っていませんけれども、千葉県館山市の海岸、クジラが打ち上げられている様子がわかります。何頭もクジラがいる様子がわかります。映像で見えている限りで3頭のクジラが確認できます。千葉県館山市の映像でした。海に打ち上げられているものと見られます。 今回の津波との関連というのは情報が入っていませんけれども、千葉県館山市の海岸、クジラが打ち上げられている様子がわかります。何頭もクジラがいる様子がわかります。映像で見えている限りで3頭のクジラが確認できます。千葉県館山市の映像でした。海に打ち上げられているものとみられます。
Man, I guess, I don't know. How does that happen with the whales? What happens to them? Says, Grok says whale strandings in Japan like this often stem from navigation errors, illness, and disorientation due to sonar pollution or climate-driven prey shifts. While the temporal proximity of the 8.8 earthquake and a tsunami suggests a possible link via disorienting seismic waves or currents, scientific consensus finds no strong evidence tying earthquakes to strandings. Common causes include sonar, illness, and navigation errors. So it's just a coincidence. Just like when sharks chew you up and eat you up. It's just a rare anomaly. Some flights to the Honolulu International Airport diverted or canceled amid the tsunami warning. Oh. No. Not the whales.
U.S. Navy, the DOT, and HAIMA have opened up Kolikoli Pass on the leeward side to...
Somebody said 40 minutes ago, does anybody else wonder if this might be a weapon-enhanced earthquake targeting Russia? We know the U.S. possesses weapons that can initiate quakes where fault lines are already on a threshold. But this is such a powerful earthquake that a weapon initiation might be outside the realm of what's possible. With current military technology still, we should consider the possibility, as Trump and Senator Flims Graham have repeatedly threatening Russia recently. Maybe he did it, Trump. What else they got? Live in Japan. That's Japan right there.
Are several hazards throughout, so folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass, so how long does it take?
Right, so the pass technically starts around Luloli Naval Road, so if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's onto the road, go all the way back. It's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge, but it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road, so again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pili La'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Waikiki. So those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, are advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but they were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and that kind of thing. Anyone in a high rise, if you can, the higher the better.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halikoa and just how the situation is in Waikiki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
And that is Nathan Wilkes from the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kolekole Pass is open, linking Lualualei area on the west side to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
Lani, we appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Nothing. We don't have supplies.
Right now we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here. And we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, our website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food, and and we're reaching out to our hotels. Those in the low-lying areas, if they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion. And so, my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful.
So what's on this supposed to cover?
And we sent out our police officers, as well as our firefighters, to make sure that the roads are safe, and if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels.
All right, let's see. See what's going on online. Check for some updates as well. Not the whales. No update yet.
Bro, this is important work you're doing. Please stay on as long as possible. Prayers out for people's safety.
What? Got to Kaululu. Thank you for the super chat. Maui Airport. Thought we might take off, but flight just canceled. Prayers to those who live here. Oh no. I think they're gonna be okay though. What else? What else? Gridlock. Traffic is now gridlocked. Oof. Just get out and start walking. R.I.P. to the whales.
Just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning. We got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually check my phone for any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, whoa, then I checked with my family. Get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed traffic is getting crazy. And I live in Makakilo. We're on the hill now. And I was thinking, no way, that H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up, hey, how do we get to Tantalus? So I took Punaho, I came up here. And
from Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauaii, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and the people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try to get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least to, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. It was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information. And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued.
Is it still to the same level?
This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas, moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move Melka.
Yeah, this would be, when we talk about we always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauaii, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least on Kaua'i, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads. And the worst thing you can probably do is try and go and take a look-see. There's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about, or the governor during the press conference that he had, talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys that take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide open ocean where there's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii, so we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850, so about a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed 1 in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those near coastal areas.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential, but when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, and you know, when you start getting the 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake.
Let's take a look at this video here. This lady.
Okay, tsunami threat update from Waikiki Beach.
Waikiki.
I am in a condo multiple blocks away from the beach on the 13th floor, and I have no car. And even if I did try to leave with a car right now, the streets are completely backed up with people trying to leave the beach. And the closest tsunami safe zone is a 15 to 20 minute walk that I would have to make with my daughter. So I feel like the best move is just to stay here. It seems like people around me who are out on their balconies are doing the same thing. But there definitely seems like a sense of urgency to get away from the beach. Let me show you guys a view of the ocean and the street right now. All right, here is the ocean view. As you can see, I'm not right on the beach. I am multiple blocks back and I am very high up. And then this is the street right now. So like I'm saying, even if I had a car, which I do not, and I was gonna try and leave, these cars have been at a standstill for over, 5, maybe even 10 minutes. So I think all those people are waiting to get up to their building. And then everyone that's here, like on their balcony, multiple floors up, seem to be just staying. There's also people over there just like playing tennis casually. So I think some are taking it way more seriously than others. I am certainly taking it seriously. I just don't have anywhere to go. And like I said, the only place I know to go is at least a 15-minute walk that I would have to make alone with my toddler. And I am not willing to risk if something were to happen during that walk.
15 minutes when you have hours? You're worried about walking 15 minutes?
Maybe even...
I mean, she seems like she'll probably be all right at the tall building, but 15 minutes is, what?
A car, which I do not, and I was going to try and leave. These cars have been at a standstill for over, 5, maybe even 10 minutes. So I think all those people are waiting to get up to their building. And then everyone that's here, like on their balcony, multiple floors up, seem to be just staying. There's also people over there just like playing tennis casually.
Okay. All right.
Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 or so, and they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already, and they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas
making
to
the world
head
a
over
safer
to those
place
shelters.
to live.
And, they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm in moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages, stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauaii until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahainaluna High School, the Molokai High School on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system.
I don't know if they switched
It won't
out.
all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts.
Imagine just looping.
And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family, our kupuna, and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Kahumanu shopping center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in, and the inundation zone. We have it online, so people can go on. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu o Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Harakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate again the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui
Everybody's
Economic
trying to get out,
Opportunity
especially
vans.
if they saw that
We have
Texas
people
flood.
making rounds right now, trying to get people out of those areas before the waves hit.
And last question, can you talk about some of the exactly what you mentioned, but for Maui Police, your EMS, what are they doing right now, and are they, how are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Olinda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena, thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So once again, that was Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson providing us the latest on what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai, we have Molokai High School as well preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, well, second I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low-lying areas. But ultimately, again, Mayor Bisson says there are many people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another. And that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state, really. They want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha. And if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush because, again, there is several hours before we are expected to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the lower areas, make sure to make your way upland. Now, Maui, of course, geographically is very tricky because so many of their communities are coastal communities. And so what we're seeing right now is two sides of the Valley Isle, residents from both sides essentially making their way up to higher ground, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. Live in Maui, I'll send things back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, right before sunset, people catching off. Just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago, and like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we were heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area in town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kohuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars were going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side. Everyone trying to get away from the shoreline, and that was an encouraging thing to see. Although it was bumper to bumper on the roads, people were trying to get to higher ground.
Yeah, I know the large screen is Japan. Yes. We got Japan. I have a Hawaii camera. Let me see this Hawaii camera. Damn, it's the 605? It's coming at 7:10. I feel like they've been saying an hour for an hour now. I feel like it's been 3 hours, and they've been saying an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Holy shit. I feel like we're rewinded or something. What happened? Oh, the bolts here. How is it we've been here 4 hours? It's been saying 2 hours or an hour for 3 hours now. The hell? I'm exaggerating, I guess, but it does feel like it's been forever. Jesus. All right. It's coming. It does beautify there in Hawaii. I have a feeling it's gonna be like a small little wave that comes in. Of course, better safe than sorry, but I have a feeling it's just gonna be a little wave that comes in.
Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Waialua High and Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahiawa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore.
My daughter's flight lands in Tokyo soon. I'll have some info with boots on the ground.
Okay, there was
folded hands.
No sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we're about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1 foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, the reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And for us here locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first passing Midway atoll to get that first reading, to have more of a better sense in terms of
I think we need a refresh of when Mel jumped waves and broke a phone in a hurricane a few years back.
As you said, Mark, 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in
T. Renee,
Hilo
don't
Bay,
play with that
and
shit.
then
Great.
7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu.
Don't
We
play
just
like
also
that.
got an update on when
It's
we could
6:05 right now in
expect
Hawaii.
that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide and also from the individual counties themselves as we show you what the roads look like in Hilo this afternoon. The watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas, what we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. As a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, what we're seeing here is you're just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right, and if you're still wondering at this hour if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30 this afternoon. We aren't going anywhere. We are staying with you wall to wall throughout this entire event. Our First Alert Weather team has been doing a tremendous job tracking the very latest updates. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark and Steph. A lot of important information right at your fingertips, and you can also get that at hawaiinewsnow.com. And we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes, significant. Falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean, along that fault line, a lot of shaking, as you know. The Earth's plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake. And we saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast. If you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you could see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean, as you know. And during the past, the most affected area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo gets hit the hardest, and the hardest years were 1946 1960
Oh, I'm
and
safe. Yeah,
2011.
thank you. Nowhere
It's
near this
known
shit.
as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the
Thank you.
bay's shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the bay's shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of us, Kauaii and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters and that far of a distance. But history shows the magnitude of depth between 8 and 9. You can see in 1960, one of the strongest earthquakes on record, it arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet, with Hilo receiving a lot of damage there. And we even faced deaths in 1960. In 2010, the Chile earthquake, magnitude 8.8, really highly depends on that direction. It was only 3 feet. So even though it was a high magnitude earthquake, it was only 3 feet in that rise. In 2011, the Japan earthquake, 9.1 in magnitude, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, as you know, and that one was one for the history books. Taking a closer look at Russia coast, we were forecasting 3 to 4, and observations jumped to 10 to 13.
I don't know if this is true. Somebody said that breaking. Russian nuclear submarine base heavily damaged. Earthquake risks flooding piers housing top buoy classic ballistic missile submarines. Russia's elite subs are capable of carrying Bolivar ballistic missiles. Is this true? I already know what's true. They're saying it's false. I don't know. I don't know what's true with these people. Everybody's saying some shit on Twitter. Who knows? For the American and Canadian public at large attempting to understand the tsunami risk. Oh. Okay. All right, Bianca. I don't wanna go. Coastal area tsunami risk. I don't wanna go to Mexico. I don't wanna go to Mexico. So this is what is that right here? It's gonna wrap around the islands, and the water will continue to go into these sides. By this time, it'll be. Yeah, some people would hit me up on the other side of the coast, talking about it. Are they gonna get a tsunami? Nah, man, it's the west coast, west side. I don't really know what they're gonna get though. Well, I mean, it's gonna take hours and hours and hours to, I guess, even really find out. But so far, I don't think I've seen anything like major. Besides, well, Russia got some. I haven't heard of any deaths. Hopefully, nobody died. There were some injuries, but
tsunami waves
beautiful out there. Look at the
will
weather.
arrive at around 7:10.
But that could be the calm before the storm, the peace before.
Was that one of your doggies snoring?
No. I got no dogs here. No doggies.
Here we go. This is the second set of Siren.
When did this guy post this? Oh, an hour ago. Look at the tide recession in the Midway atoll. Tsunami. So right now, let me see. In Hawaii, it's I don't know. Now I got a different time. What time is it in Hawaii? 6 something? Somebody climbed all the way to that roof. Oh. You know, it's better to be safe than sorry, you know, but of course. The 6-hour difference, Hawaii. Six 15, okay. 18, 19. So about an hour. Oh yeah, let me switch the cameras back. About an hour. Itadakimasu. Nani? Okay.
A tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data when you look at, you know, the globe. We're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here, or, you know.
They're saying a father and son are trapped on the 7th floor of a Hawaii hotel as tsunami approaches. We're used to hurricanes in Florida, but this isn't a hurricane. They're watching from above, hoping it's high enough. No escape, no second chance. Pray for everyone in his path. Let's take a look at that video. 7th floor? Sounds like it's probably high enough, huh? I guess depending on how far in he is. I mean, they haven't said anything's gonna be that high, right?
Right now we are under a tsunami warning. We have never been in one of these, and I guess this is a serious deal right now. Literally just made everybody from like the pools leave. You can see there's nobody down there. There's still like towels and stuff laying out. And you can see some certain people up there, but they're like telling everybody to go. This is actually getting kind of serious now, so. We just got this other update that just came through, so I don't know. They're like clearing boats out there. Okay, so I just went inside, and Alyssa said that there was an intercom going on inside the room, and they just told everybody they need to be in their rooms by 5. And it's like 3:30 here right now, so I don't know.
I mean, if he's on the 7th floor, it sounds like it's fine. Oh? Trapped, he still has 2 hours to be out of his room. They're high enough. Best seat in the house. Yeah, get a bottle of wine. Stream the shit. Yeah, they finally cut off that feed. Oh, they got another press conference.
Several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French frigate shoals at 6:33 p.m. We expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report. As to the evacuation, that should be maintained absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores. We will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm, remember, at 6:40. That's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauaii, and that will be the last alarm you'll have, but we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the islands.
Oh shit, sorry.
We're in constant contact with all of our partners, either on the mainland or within here, our state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant. Take this seriously and wait until you get the all clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property, so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960. Took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauaii, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island. It should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? At least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can't expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Le'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward.
Yep.
Mike,
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors, and we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that caused the great damage in Hilo?
Thank you, Melissa, for the gifts.
And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map? Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, and the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, the wave in 1960, when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile, was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around if it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those, because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in one moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
Okay, man. So we're just waiting about
Y'all got
minutes?
a 3-hour
30
warning.
minutes.
So they're saying get your asses up and move. Don't be a looky-loo either. Jeez.
I gotta see this shit, man. I gotta see this shit. The end of the world, the end of times.
You know the rules. When you come in my house, take off your shoes. It's with a very, very powerful tsunami warning.
Oh, shit.
Now, I've been warning y'all about the big one.
Big one.
Ever since I got on this internet. I've been warning y'all about the signs of the times.
End of times.
We have been seeing storms on steroids, superstorms, megastorms, floods, you name it. The scary part about it is that while one town is going through apocalyptic events, other towns is partying like it's 1999. Remember that song? 2000 party over. Oops. Out of. One of the signs of the times is that there will be major earthquakes on the east, in the west, and in the Arabian Peninsula. Prophecies are being fulfilled. But even still, y'all on social media, I don't have to keep pulling out all the blueprints and receipts and showing y'all that it's even so much to the point to where that the powers that be for the last 20 years been building underground cities and tunnels and doomsday bunkers. But the crazy part about it is, while they was building doomsday bunkers for themselves, they building concentration camps for us. It kind of sort of like feels like it's not meant.
Yeah, why Jeff Bezos sold all that stock or whatever, right? What's up with it? Where's Jeff going? That's what I don't know. Where's his bunker?
Right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes. Yeah. So let's see. Hang on just a second. We're just gonna try and zoom out a little bit,
just so we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water. And
if you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call the bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Hilo Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see like right here at Hilo Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we began a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets headed Makai, people can get on there and head Mauka. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, Head of Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way, okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them they've got to be very careful, because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Mauka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders if they're giving you directions. Definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Midway boy.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but the word that but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately, because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management. Would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundation zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival, and that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Waialua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful, again, heed the warnings, get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. Corps, which is also in my department, has been very busy. Since about 4 o'clock today, they've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you.
About 20 minutes.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So, as I've said repeatedly throughout the
Still
breaks
out there at
today,
the party?
you know, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. I promise you we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night, because just so you know, I've been through this before, the wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauaii, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu, but we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at Midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. As it turned out, we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and mountain areas, kind of waiting.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline, but a lot of them will see that initial wave and then say, okay, we're good. So what can you tell them? You know, they want to get home, but they're still call.
Well, I think that they want to go to H&L Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television, maybe they have some kind of reception there, or to any of the station's websites, but stick with accurate information, and we'll keep you folks advised too as to what people should do. We're going to just, you know, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, and that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain until after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on. And so while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives. So information is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to have to see what the extent of it is. I think, you know, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. You know, we're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. And you heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim on as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the Fire Department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources.
As a Trump derangement syndrome sufferer, I must say I think Trump is behind this. All of the potentially affected areas are packed full of libs.
Oh, God.
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne?
Yes.
Well, you know, our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe, and I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Make sure after them fires, you guys don't make sure they're on
just
point.
An update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are three that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll bring you back down to the next update.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after that we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kaua'i right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kaua'i and up near Hanalei. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kaua'i evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kaua'i is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains. It pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Hanalei live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Hanalei and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Hanalei, even Hanalei as you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. And so there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Hanalei up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland and also on west or make that East Kauai, places like Waialua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is one. Navilivili Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river, headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure. And that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event. And we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The Rivers Point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. Usually I use this graphic when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay's shape. It's incredible of how shallow shallow the waters are. And because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauaii, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open waters. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kaua'i, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour. That energy is going to get caught up, and so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnson Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way.
Let's see what's going on here, man. Are you ready?
Historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible, and you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960, magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet, so the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake 9.1, 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully, and the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. You see some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area, or places like Hanalei, the water will recede a lot, and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual water line, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. So that's again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. It just kind of depends on what this had to travel through, and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. There's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner, but at the moment that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening, if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Kaua'i, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene where we're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right, and taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that is the tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching
the big moment, guys.
And you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake.
I heard that Epstein's Hilo Island Pacific branch was Jay swallowed up.
Is monitoring this
Lives everywhere are rejoicing because that is where Epstein stored his list.
An unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around, since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kaua'i. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia, had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of a wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 7:10 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival. But then again, remember,
and it
is
just
not
hit
just the first one.
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels, going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter.
Nothing yet, guys.
So to speak. When something like
many
this,
people
the first area of focus
taking
is
precautions.
Bay,
some were
on Kaua'i.
Others
we
are
still
partying.
have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well. As we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely
Waikiki.
Empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots, since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hilo Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point. But we are still seeing some currents that that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011 huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive, and that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu. And so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Maheo with some of the images you've captured. Hi, Maheo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from a Kaka'ako high-rise, and it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach. If you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui. And this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who serve watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them, because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for this shit.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7 foot wave that was recorded as the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dark buoys, which had a 3 foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is DART 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones.
We've got some footage.
Oh, yeah.
This is Waikiki. You can see he looks like DLNR, an officer there saying,
it looks like he's trying to get the guy to leave, and he's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, this guy got a fish.
Hey!
One good one.
Hey, okay, you caught it. Now go home.
Flex him.
Go home and cook dinner.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, you should leave now, though, but yeah.
What the hell?
There's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657, Ben. Do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam.
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up. Okay. Let's see if I can look it up.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because, again, it is kind of the first warning
we've been
when we get a
hoodwinked?
tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up, you've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera. But again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up, and again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave. Is that an
indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water. As the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between 2 to just below -1 feet below the average. Very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean surface?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around
James, thank you so much for the super chat. I
and then
appreciate
as you're
that.
going into even further, you've got low tide.
Gracias.
You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And
Japan
gentlemen,
had
if
some
you
action
could describe
a little bit.
what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves, those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day, but you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those are definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Hanalei camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Hanalei Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Hanalei, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated, and the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies, and but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state, because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We're just reacting. So of course our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii, and so at this point we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. But we actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways, and so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know that you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase, but can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific. The ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. So we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Honolulu Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Honolulu Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have, just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does
there
appear
is gridlock on the Golden Gate Bridge right now. Vaccinated libs wearing masks while driving by themselves and fleeing San Francisco in droves.
In this camera, and when you're speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any type of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there.
Yeah, that's
foiling.
what I was going to say. That's really interesting. It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and
It's really interesting. It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now
They're gonna have some really good
water
footage,
receding
content.
over on Oahu's north shore as well. Talking about Haleiwa, we're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Haleiwa right now, and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. We can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So this current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And that's why, like this gentleman or Wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now,
there.
it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. You can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I can see it. You do see that receding a little bit more now.
If we would have had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Hilo Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weather casts, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed there.
Lava rock along the bay.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now, and the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hilo Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hilo Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
All of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hilo Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, and the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding, and now saying that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable
still not showing
here,
you nothing?
From when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this. But the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kauaii, Tsunami is up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago, where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly just the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming in.
Take your vessels out to open water.
I'm on Oahu.
The
back out on the beach.
Yeah, them mopeds, for real though, them electric bikes too. Fuck a moped. I'm gonna go on the other side, y'all. Hey, I'm gonna go on the other side, y'all. I'm like, what? What? That should be illegal? Okay, we got some license. No, the water's not receding here.
Oh.
I don't know, no one's going.
Yeah, they're walking on the beach and she'll let nothing.
No, the water's not receding. I don't see where you can get that from.
Oh hell no.
Tsunami hit at 2K views. Yeah, like it's not receding for real. I'm on the Wahoo, everyone that's coming in. I'm on the Wahoo. The people still gotta survive. What you mean, tsunami or not? People still gotta survive. I think so too. It's all fakes and all lies. But I'm not gonna say all lies because Russia did get fucked up. I did see a little something from Russia. They got hit that. They're gonna moon. They're gonna moon.
Of all of this come
Russia ought
together,
to get hit that
a lot of
way they didn't
numerical
act.
models are.
Putin ought to be ashamed of himself. And look what he done caused.
Putin did it?
What are you talking about reducing and receding? I mean, oh.
Since some people are saying cloud seeding, no, we are starting a new conspiracy. Quake bake, the tsunami umami is now in the oven.
Yeah. I knew it was going to hit there. But the thing about Oahu is like the way this island is positioned compared to all of the other islands, even when hurricanes hit, etc., like we don't really get that much of it because of where we are, where this island is placed amongst the other islands. I go inside if y'all send me a lion. So that means I ain't going inside, and neither do I want to go inside. Why y'all so scared? Do y'all be scared when y'all be going in y'all car and y'all be driving? Do y'all be scared then? I mean, even though anything can just happen out of nowhere at any given time, do y'all be scared? Do y'all really think I should live a life of being scared?
He's talking his shit, okay.
Somebody said this man a lion ASAP, please. Oh, I'm in Wahoo. That was funny. What is mad dangerous? So, what is mad dangerous?
You don't care. We don't give a
at
shit
this
about
moment.
it. We're out here drinking and
Y'all
smoking.
be sitting there. I can't live my life like that.
Nah.
Yeah, cameraman never dies. They might not always got good signals, but yeah, you know.
This is
Y'all talking
just
about the
one
water
big
receding.
promo for the
What-
next
what? The
Cloverfield
water
movie.
don't look like
Free
it's gonna
slushos for
leave.
everyone. Made from
Seriously.
fresh seabed nectar.
Hey, XM, make sure you guys check out his channel, man.
The
Thank you for stopping
flavor
by.
of the sand is definitely
Boots on the ground,
like
Cali.
a mocha with a little bit of
I love Cloverfield.
caramel. I say caramel. Yeah, that's what it's giving.
Yeah, this guy don't care, man. We out here drinking, smoking. Oh, you
Oh,
thought
wow. Y'all watching
That's
it
a
with me,
shot
so
in
y'all
North
just
Shore
as
right now.
guilty.
We
So
also
what does
have
that
a
make
live
y'all? Y'all
Waikiki
either
cam.
care to
Fortunately,
see me
there's good
get
lighting on this
missing or
cam
die
here, so it
from
gives
this,
us a better
or
sense of
y'all
what we're going to be
excited to
seeing over
see
there.
it as well. So y'all judging me. Y'all up here. Y'all up here watching. You about to pop. I understand, Jan. You be careful. Don't save me. I'm all right. I'm good. It's not really doing nothing. See that? You eating Swiss cheese? Word. You know, look, they're going helicopters. They probably, you know, I don't know. Oh my God. Y'all rude.
Don't give a shit. We're smoking, we're drinking, we're right on the beach. What y'all talking about?
Y'all believe they will be receiving out there. That makes sense. See, the military, they out here, you know, making stuff.
Right there?
Yeah, that's good. We good. I think. But for real, y'all, I do think if something do happen, it's gonna be later tonight. I think 7. With them saying 7, I think that's a little bit too early. I feel like maybe 1 o'clock, 1, 2 o'clock in the
people
morning.
were mad
maybe,
about the lack of
but
warnings, and today people
I
think
just-
it's a good idea to ignore the
Yeah.
warnings. Less than a month
Hey,
has
my
passed.
mind,
We learned
like,
nothing.
they in here calling me stuff. I ain't even do nothing to them. It is exactly 8:02 p.m. 8:02 p.m. Yeah, I feel like when the water recedes, etc. If it does that tonight, yeah, we yeah. Please, the military is not doing that. Yeah, it's only 8 o'clock here. It's only 8 p.m. That's why I said if anything goes down, yeah, this is Hawaii. I'm on the island of Oahu. I reside in Waikiki. I'm out here giving y'all some views. Ooh. Y'all think if I get up here, I'm gonna get in trouble?
Okay, maybe back to the news right now.
Y'all think I
Before we lose everybody.
should I be a life coach? Should I be a lifeguard? I mean,
Well, just mute him. Maybe I'll
lifeguard.
just mute him. You're not worried, man. I'm here on vacation. I'm gonna have fun.
Scenario out of all of this is getting
We're
those
gonna
strong
smoke, we're
currents
gonna
and not a
drink.
whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping
And I'm
for.
gonna dip my feet in
all
the
of this
water.
initial painting of what's been
my
happening
toes
with
inside,
the
that's right.
tsunami. I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at
Yeah, we are
there was a heart that was in the middle of this live
Yeah.
shot a little bit earlier,
Oh, that's
and
so
the water's
cute.
been reaching the heart and maybe mud washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hilo Bay cam. But probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Nauwili over on Kaua'i. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kaua'i. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Honolulu, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nauwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Honolulu so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze, it'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right,
and
guys,
I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest Tsunami Warning Center bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa. That looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahana,
I know the tsunami's supposed to be coming. You ready for it? You ready for it?
The old guy out there too.
Okay. That's right. All right, Uncle. He up here sweeping his hand. But all right.
All right.
He said we out here both waiting for the tsunami to come. And he's sweeping the
I believe
sand.
it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower and that possibly, but you know, you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But you know, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble, you know. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaua'i coastline even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy. But basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, where it's shallower, you know, after it gets past you know, the deeper water and you start hitting that area. Even Hanamo Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there and it hits the reef and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Hanalei Bay as we take this live look, and we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess
thanks,
Ben,
Mel,
Drew,
heart
and
exclamation,
Jen,
thumbs
what
up.
kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in the, like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawiliwili buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy, so we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Hanalei pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after.
When the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface.
Energy,
and so
bro.
the concern that we have, once more, the currents, and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger, and you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, you know, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you know, you get caught in it. This is
that
going
the
to be
Johnny
like a whole
Somali
bunch
of
different
Tsunami's
currents.
open-mouthed
Basically, a
smile,
stirring
rolling
up
on
of
the floor
water.
laughing.
And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all Kauaii at the moment, you know, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance up. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Hanalei cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, I do want to show the Nauwili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that, but I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Nauwili Wili. This is on the over in Kaua'i County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously, not safe to go there right now. But you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, you know, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners are heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess. You know, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way, but that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again, and that's what we've been also seeing in Hanalei Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, you know, maybe another bigger wave.
Might get crazy.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide right now. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated, so it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Nauwili Wili, and Haleiwa as well as we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan Ancheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. You know, there is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Great, fantastic.
Scared.
Exciting. It's a little.
Out of all that I've been through
my first
with all
time.
the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really.
News guy is wearing that new Trump face makeup after RFK banned the orange dye out of it.
Praying a lot for our homes.
Yo, we're chowing down.
Those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So.
I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go?
Not
or,
really.
Are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to. And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's better prepare us.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now? And kind of set the scene for us.
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go, because, I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty.
So far, it looks like, which is good, nobody was killed. I don't know about injuries in Hawaii, but to me, so far it's calm. Now I know they said it could take hours and hours and hours, but so far calm and peaceful. There's even somebody out there at the beach. A couple of people out there chilling at the beach and stuff.
We chilling.
Not saying that's a smart idea, but they're chilling, they're smoking, they're drinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me go this way.
We got things to do. Shit. Got me effed up.
Okay, y'all tap, follow, tap.
The whole story, I remember the story.
So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now, for
rock and sand,
here we go.
That gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Have you seen the videos? That's good. Most people, I think.
Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters, in some cases, to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
So when the all clear comes through, would that mean that the water is back to normal and no longer receding? I guess what are the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today, but that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras. We're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
Okay.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet, but we can say this, as opposed to about an hour and a half ago, certainly you can detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with this tsunami warning event.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live show.
All right. I think we're going to call it a night. I don't think anything's going to happen, so because it's already 2:30 Eastern. I think later on in an hour or two, maybe 2 hours, I don't know, it's supposed to hit the West Coast. But so far, who knows? I mean, all I've seen in reporting is 4 feet. So maybe that's the most that it'll hit. See nearly a 10-foot drop. Let me just see if I see anything else, but I think that's probably okay. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I go to bed and miss something, but all right, guys. Yeah, I'll catch you or I guess later. Really, it's already the next day. But I'll catch you guys. We'll see what comes. So far, it looks like people are okay. I don't know what's up, man. I don't know what's up. I don't know what happened, but you guys